Hey everyone, how are y'all? Okay, see if Nightbot is going to be on time tonight. Hey Princess Megan, how are you? Julie, how are you? Hey Justine, how are you? Kenny says if you knew that you didn't do it, wouldn't you strongly and loudly have said not guilty? Yes, I would have. Justin, how are you? Hey Evie Marie, how are you? Hey Tech Death. Jeremy, how are you tonight? Hey sweet Melissa, how are you? Hey Jan, how are you tonight? Hey Riddler, how are you? Okay. Email is now pinned to the top of the chat if anybody needs to get in touch with me. Teresa, how are you? Evie, yes, I'm doing good, thank you. Okay, y'all, I'm gonna have to cut this live reaction thing off because it gets in the way and I can't, it blocks some of the comments that pop up. Sweet Melissa, I'm doing good. Princess Megan, you're very welcome. Hey, 9mm, how are you? One second. Nina, how are you? Hey, just Amber, how are you? Hey, Jen, how are you tonight? Hey, Big Al, how are you? Big Al, how did you cut your thumb? Hey, Jamie. Just saying, I don't think it, as far as being good for anything. I don't think it like helps the channel. It's just basically where people can just go in and hit the heart as much as they want to, or I think it's the party hat 100, a smiley face, but it's where they have it at. It's inside the chat box instead of below it, and it gets in my way. It's blocking some of the comments, and I have to wait for the comment to go up above it before I can read the whole thing. 9mm says I'm so far behind. Do a weekly recap, please. Okay, so 9mm, you know that they did the grand jury thing, right? Which was like a couple of weeks ago when he was indicted. Um, then last Friday, they had Shannon Gray went in before the judge to do, he wanted clarification on the gag order. So they had that hearing. that morning, Friday morning, and the judge said that he wasn't going to rule on it. He was going to take into consideration everybody's arguments, and then he would put his decision in writing. And then later on that afternoon, they had, "Hey, honey, how are you? Scott, how are you?" Um, and then Friday afternoon, the media coalition went before the judge and discussed the gag order and about the cameras in the courtroom. "Hey, Brown Bear, how are you?" And the judge, I think that hearing lasted actually a few hours. And the judge said with that one too, he was not going to give his decision Friday, that he would put it in writing at another day. So hopefully one day next week we'll know the decision on all that. Let's see, typing with one hand is impossible for me. You got to get coordinated, Big Al. Brown Bear, you been doing okay? Hey, Glowbug, how are you? Big Al, I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing with you. Glowbug, I'm doing good, thank you. All right, so I didn't go live last night because of the storms that came through yesterday and knocked our power out for a little while. We've got sticks all over the place. 9mm, whose side are you on here? Yeah, Riddler, I missed you guys too. But like I said, the power was out for a couple of hours. There's a lot of cleaning up that we've got to do. The storms came through and it was like over 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there's just stuff all over the yard that we still got to get cleaned up. I know, Princess Megan, I miss all of y'all too. And I couldn't get good cell phone service. And finally, I found a spot that I could get it good enough that I could post on YouTube and Facebook that there wasn't going to be a live last night. 9mm. Let's see if any rainstorms up as you speak or getting tumbled. These thunderstorms are scary in Colorado. Just on the ones that we had yesterday were really bad. They wasn't supposed to be here until like 5 o'clock. Hey Tonka, how are you? About 5:15, somewhere around. That's what it was showing on the radar. I woke up at 2:30, looked at the radar. It's showing 5 to 5:15, and by like a few minutes after 3 o'clock, they were here. That's how fast they were moving. It's supposed to be bad again tomorrow, but hopefully it won't be as bad as it was yesterday. All right, I'm gonna go ahead. I do have an article that I'm gonna read that has all the stuff that we haven't heard before. I don't know where this Mike Baker is getting this stuff from. He does write for the New York Times, and there's some information in there, like I said, we've never heard before. So I'm gonna read it in just a second. I'm gonna go ahead and throw the link out. Anybody wants to come up, you're more than welcome to. Well, just on. I hope y'all are safe. You're getting here in Western Australia. Hey Norman, how are you? Let's see. Do you remember the white car from the gas station? Yes, Norman, I do. Philly, I seen that. It was the guy. There was a truck or something that was on fire, and it caused it to collapse. How are you? I can barely hear you.
Oh, just enjoying being made fun of. Smart ass.
I wasn't making fun of you.
It's
I
all
was.
right. I'm good
I
with
was.
it. You know what? When you're used to typing with two hands, typing with one, I didn't
I.
realize it until I had a giant bandage on my thumb.
Mm-hmm.
I can't do it.
I
I
know because
have
y'all.
to have my thumb.
Oh,
It
it's you
just I
gotta have
can't do it.
for the space bar. You gotta have the
Yeah,
the
well, it's the
thumb.
space bar and ZXCV for me. It's just it just my brain doesn't work anymore when I can't use my thumb.
Oh, see, I only hit the space bar with my thumb. My other 8 fingers are working all the rest of them. So,
Yes, Globe, I'm gimpy.
it's not an launcher. It's a Prius Truth and Transparency found where the car is on Steiner Avenue. Norman, you do realize that that picture on Steiner Avenue is from 2 years ago, right? It's actually on the uh, if you go to Google Maps and you go to the address, the car's not at that address. It's at a different address, and it's from 2 years ago. Keep up with the case from the titles of the video. I do see it. Looks like it's been interesting. The brown bear. This case is crazy.
Yeah, this one's nuts.
Hey Riddler,
It
how are
hasn't
you?
even started yet.
Yeah, I know.
Doing just fine. Thank you for having me.
Oh, you're welcome.
Hey, Riddler.
How you doing, Big Al?
It's another day.
Just on.
Well, it's true. I did cry a little bit.
So how bad did you cut your thumb? Like you said you were
11,
doing
11
the
stitches.
ribs?
11 stitches.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So it went to the bone?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
It was literally the last, like, 5-10 pounds I was cutting. And I had 3 people talking to me, and I just lost concentration and put a $300 knife right through my thumb.
Oh my god. Okay, now I feel bad for laughing with you.
No, it's all right.
I
We're
thought when
I
you
mean, it is kind of funny because it's what I do for a living. You'd think I'd be able to pull it off with people talking to me, but I had too
yeah,
many things going on.
but I thought when you said you cut it, like it was just like a cut, and you just slap a band-aid on it, and you're good to
Oh
go.
no,
Oh,
you
okay.
you take $70-$80 worth of meat, throw it in the trash can, and go to the
Oh,
ER.
I hate that happened. Hey Meg, how are you?
Big Al. Were you wearing safety gloves?
uh, Safety gloves.
Yeah. They're steel.
Are
They
you
call
talking
Yeah,
about
them
the
hook.
see,
chainmail gloves?
Yeah.
No, you can't wear those when you're cutting brisket.
Okay.
just
Maybe with using the slicer, I wear those, but not with cutting brisket. It
uh,
goes too fast. It's too fast with that on your hands. I couldn't even hold the knife that I use.
oh wow. I kind of feel bad laughing
That's
with you.
fine. I've been laughing about it all freaking day. I wasn't laughing last night, but I mean, I've been laughing about it all day today because you just don't think about having something this big on your thumb and what it
Right.
does for everything, buttoning
Oh
your
yeah.
pants, opening the door,
Oh, I know.
I just everything.
When Troll sliced his it was from his index finger down to his thumb when that glass blew up in his hand. They had to wrap because they had to do surgery on it that night, and then wrap it completely up where he couldn't move it. And I had to do everything for him. Like you,
Yeah,
when you're one handed, you
this
can't.
isn't that bad. I mean, if it wouldn't have been where it was, I might have cut the tip of my finger off
Oh my god.
or the tip of my thumb off. Anyway,
Oh, Tonka said years ago she took the top of her pointer finger almost completely off with a meat slicer.
yeah, I'll tell you what. I have a Hobart meat slicer. It is the most dangerous thing in my restaurant, hands down.
Oh my
And
gosh.
I have the very expensive chainmail gloves, and no one's allowed to use it without the gloves. If they have their hands anywhere near the blade, they have to have the gloves on because it will. Tonka, you're lucky you didn't lose your finger because that thing is. I mean, they're dangerous.
Hmm. Hey Stevie, how are you?
Most injuries actually happen with those slicers when they're being cleaned.
Right. Mm.
Because if it's running and you run your finger across it, it's going to take the end of your finger off.
Oh, for sure.
Because
Just,
mine will cut right through bone. I mean, it just, no problem.
damn, I hate that happened though.
This is what it is. 2 weeks, I'll be yanking the stitches out myself in 2 weeks.
Just cut them and get a pair of tweezers and pull them out.
That's what I do. They tell you to come back.
Yeah, you know how many times that anybody in my house has went back to have stitches taken
Never.
out? Never.
No, that's a waste of money.
Yeah. Hey, Elizabeth.
So there's a bunch of new stuff that happened. I kind of read in passing, running by the computer. So what's going on?
Okay, so let me grab this because I don't know how many times I have to read freely the New York Post. So I had to keep this article pulled up today. And it actually came out yesterday. And I had it for last night, but like I said, power and all that went out and just, it was crazy around here last night. But this came out and there is like some information in here that is being said that came out in the beginning, but I don't remember. Like a different type of car that I've never even heard of. Hey, Summer, how are you? Brown Bear, she might come in later on because I know she's been sick and had a lot of stuff going on at home. But anyway, there was something about a different type of car that they were looking at. Like a week after the murders happened, there was all these different people that they had looked at. And then all of a sudden it goes to a white Hyundai Elantra and Bryan Kohberger. So it's the inside the hunt for the Idaho killer. After 4 students were stabbed to death in a house near a college campus, investigators scooped up data and forensic evidence, hoping for leads. A new DNA technique finally brought a breakthrough. And I don't think I can zoom. Let me see if it'll let me. I'll try to do this earlier so I could have it all ready and it wouldn't work. So it says, in the weeks after the University of Idaho students were found slaughtered in their house near campus last November, a growing roster of investigators desperately searching for answers had yet to identify a suspect or even find the murder weapon. Publicly, the authorities were assuring worried residents in the small college town that they were making progress. Privately, they were exhausting their prospects, scouring through the backgrounds of those with the thinnest possible connections to the case. Hey, Jay, how are you? All right, and Big Al, if you or Riddler, either one, see somebody come backstage, just let me know because I'm not looking at my StreamYard right now.
Will do.
Okay. All right, so it says, through the first 2 weeks of December, investigators put some of their focus on classmates of the victims, which I do think we had said that there was like some people that they were friends with. It seems like they cleared too early. But they're saying that they went through them in like the first 2 weeks here. Che, yes, I'm doing good. Thank you. They also widened a search to examine a man in another state who had been known to send harassing messages to women, but had visited Idaho only twice in his life. I don't think we ever heard about that. They looked at a woman previously charged with assaults in the region. Never heard of that either. They looked at a man once accused of wielding a knife. I believe that's going to be the guy that was arrested. What was his name? Was it James Leonard? I believe was his name. He ended up getting arrested not long after the murders happened. It could either be him or it could be the guy that some of the students were having issues with on the that was on the campus on a bike path. They looked at sex offenders. They looked at a white supremacist, and each turned out to be a dead end. So those last 2 ones we ain't never heard of either. Then, after spending weeks sifting through an array of evidence that seemed to lead nowhere, investigators announced an arrest in late December on the other side of the country. Bryan Kohberger, a PhD student from a nearby university, he was identified only after investigators turned to an advanced method of DNA analysis that had rarely been used in active murder investigations. The story of how dozens of officers from local, state, and federal agencies took the quadruple murder investigation into an extraordinary territory is only become now more apparent through recently obtained records and interviews with people familiar with the investigation who discuss key details that emerged before the issuance of a gag order in the case. Hey, millennials, how are you? The case has shown the degree to which law enforcement investigators have come to rely on the digital footprints that ordinary Americans leave in nearly every facet of their life. Online shopping, car sales, carrying a cell phone, drives along city streets, and amateur genealogy all played roles in an investigation that was solved in the end as much through technology as traditional sleuthing. So now indicted on 4 counts of murder, Mr. Kohberger has declined to enter a plea, but contended previously through his lawyer that he would be exonerated. Investigators have yet to detail a possible motive, and to this day, family members of the victims remain unaware of any prior connections to the accused killer or that the accused killer had with the 4 young people who were killed. The process of identifying and arresting a suspect took over 6 weeks, weeks of increasing frustration and painstaking examination of evidence as the community pushed for answers. The first 911 call came in around noon, some 7 hours after the murders. Madison Mogan, 21, Kaylee Gonzalez, 21, Xana Kernodle, 20, and Ethan Chapin, 20, had been stabbed to death overnight in their bedrooms. Initially, the Moscow Police Department described the attacks as targeted and assured residents that there was no risk to the public. I still can't believe that they did that. Hey, Astro, how are you? Like, they don't even know who the person was in the very beginning, but they put that out there that day that there was no target. No risk to the public. This makes absolutely no sense. But with no indication of who had committed the attack or why, the authorities eventually backtracked. We cannot say that there is no threat to the community, the police chief James Fry said at a news conference on November the 16th, 3 days after the killings. The department, which had only a few dozen officers, enlisted the Idaho State Police and the FBI to help bring in dozens of additional investigators. Forensic teams processed evidence from the bedrooms, snapped photos around the home's back door, and hunted for footprints. Others searched for surveillance video from around town. A week after the killings, records showed that investigators were on the lookout for a certain type of vehicle, a Nissan Sentra from the model years 2019 to 2023. So, put a 1 in the chat if y'all remember anything at all in this investigation being brought up about them looking for a Nissan Sentra.
Negative.
Never heard of that.
Big fat no.
I don't
muffin.
know. I'm not saying that this Mike Baker dude doesn't have correct information, because I don't know where he's getting his information from. But hey, Angie, how are you? Arv, how are you? I never heard about a Nissan Sentra.
I believe that about as much as I believe them saying that a very little used or never used form of DNA. They may have not admitted it into evidence, but they've been using those ancestry sites for years to point them in the right direction.
Right. Okay. So Lauren, Lauren, you heard in the very beginning about a Nissan Sentra? I never heard of a Nissan in the case until earlier. I don't know where. It was like the days after or week. Okay.
I don't remember it.
I don't either.
I would have think people would have been scouring for that. And
yeah, because the first thing that I remember hearing about a car was when they come out asking the public to help find a 2011 to 2013 white Hyundai Elantra. But if you think about it, if this is true about the Nissan Sentra, they have now looked for 3 different cars. This Nissan Sentra, 2011 to 2013 white Hyundai Elantra, and then they bumped it up to a 2012 to 2016. I'm sorry, a 2014 to 2016 white Hyundai Elantra. So that's 3 different cars that they have allegedly been searching for in this case. Jay. Let's see. Where did I stop off now? All right. So quietly, they ran down details on thousands of such vehicles, including the owners, addresses, license plate numbers, and the color of each sedan. But further scrutiny of the video footage produced more clarity, and on November the 25th, the police in Moscow asked law enforcement agencies to look for a different type of car with a similar shape. White Hyundai Elantras from the model years 2011 to 2013. Just across the state border at Washington State University, campus police officers began looking through their records for Elantras registered there. Among those they found was one registered to Mr. Kohberger, who had moved to the area earlier in 2022 to pursue a PhD in criminology. They checked Mr. Kohberger's car more closely, according to a court affidavit, including visiting the parking lot near his apartment in the early hours of November the 29th, but the vehicle was a 2015 model, not the earlier models being sought by Moscow. The next day, records show investigators in Moscow were also looking closely at another vehicle, Mrs. Gonzalez's car. She had purchased a 2015 Range Rover in the days before her death. Detectives gained information on the registration history and legal owners, clearly interested in the history of who had owned the car, but once again, that information provided few answers. With students at the University of Idaho preparing for final exams, there was a permanent sense of apprehension in the air as people began locking their doors, acquiring pepper spray, and asking on social media how such a brazen killer could remain undetected for so long in a town that had not seen a murder in 7 years. The hunt broadened as investigators vacuumed up more records and data. They had already sought cell phone data for all the phones that pinged in the cell towers within a half a mile of the victim's house from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. So according to search warrant filings, they collected victims' bank records, email correspondence, and the social media account data. On December the 5th, detectives made a new request for surveillance videos seeking all footage recorded on UPS delivery trucks in the days before and after the killings. I don't remember seeing that either. Hey, Musical, how are you? See, remember they also thought that it was a Sentra when they seen a white car pass the gas station. First they thought it was a Sentra, but come to find out it was an Elantra.
You know, I'm looking at those 2 cars side by side, the same model year.
Uh-huh.
They're really, they're not
I
close. The front ends don't look anything like
it. Completely different. I do have the Sentra on top and then the Elantra on the bottom that I screenshotted from someone else's video that I can pull up in a minute. But yeah, like the Sentra looks like the body is shorter.
It's shorter. The headlights go up into the hood.
It's the whole front end of it is
totally
completely different. Yeah.
Now from the side, it's a white compact car.
But if you look at the Sentra, it looks like a turtle.
It does.
Just like
absolutely
over the hood, it looks like a turtle shell.
The windows on the Hyundai are like it's smooth. The body line is smooth and flowing.
Yeah, it's like longer and it's kind of like a killer whale type body, where the Sentra is like a turtle.
Yep, it is like a turtle.
That's the only way I can.
And the eyes are just like, the headlights are like buggy eyes.
Hey Tad, how are you?
It's a very unattractive car now that now that I'm looking at it.
Yeah. And if I don't know if it's the same Elantra that I have, but the picture that I have, I believe, is a 2-door. But somebody already had them side by side to compare, like the front part, and I was like, shit, I ain't got time to go search and do side by side, so I just screenshot it off of their thing. Let's see, they may as well look for a Sherman tank. Oh Lord, I done forgot where. Oh, the UPS trucks. Never heard that either. That they were looking for surveillance off of those. Unless, but then again, it could have been, and it could be the same thing with the Sentra. We've heard so much different things in this case that it just might have been brought up, and I just have completely forgot about it.
See, they could have went to any commercial truck operating in that area and said, "Hey, do you have front facing video?" And any of the companies like the one that I worked for would have that video stored,
Mm-hmm.
but they'd have to ask for it pretty quick. They get 30 days.
But if I wonder, like, where they, how if they come out with this Nissan Sentra, was there a Sentra that was in the area that morning? Because it does say in the PCA somewhere in there that there was several cars driving around.
I could see somebody confusing the two. Somebody's not a car person.
But an FBI person who was like a specialist in this, who also got the Elantra year wrong.
It is the FBI.
Right. I mean, that's like, if the FBI is the one who said that a white Hyundai Elantra was a Nissan Sentra, and then they turned it to a 2011 to 2013 Elantra, and then no, they changed it again, they need to get rid of that person. Because, like I said, this is 3 cars now.
Yeah, you're not going to get an argument from me. That's what you're waiting for. It's not going to happen.
Because, I mean, it's...
If you're going to use the term expert, you better know what the hell you're talking about.
Exactly. And Freya's saying maybe the DoorDash driver drove a Nissan. That could be true, because I have not heard definite answer of what the DoorDash driver was driving. But if they have this car that they believe the murderer was driving, and then they see the DoorDash driver going up there to the door, I think they would have known that, okay, this is a DoorDash person. Like, that they've come in, they've talked to us, they've given us proof of where they were at and what they were doing and all that. So,
well, DoorDash has a GPS log of where all their drivers are.
Right.
You have to have the app open on your phone. But I mean, just a simple Google search with one hand. Most common car color in America is white.
Exactly.
And compact cars outnumber any other cars 2-1.
So I'm not going to argue with Freya about the DoorDash thing, because that is possible. But I'm just curious if this car that they're saying that they thought was this Nissan Sentra, is that the same car that they were looking at on the video that they later determined was a white Hyundai Elantra? Hey, Lori and CJ, how are y'all?
I would like to see the video that they were looking at.
And see, that's what don't make sense.
See, how good was the video that forced you to make this determination about the model vehicle? Are we talking about a grainy ass doorbell video? I mean, what are we talking about?
Well, supposedly,
4K video. I mean, because if it is, then there's no excuse for getting it wrong.
Supposedly, and yeah, Philly, I'll drop the link for you in just a second. Supposedly, they were one of the cameras. Now, I don't know if this is the same camera that picked up, but there's got to be a different camera, because they're saying that the car went up in front of the apartment buildings next door to the girl's house. So, King Scarlet, thank you so much for... Oh, shit. I'm clicking the wrong thing here, y'all. Hold on. Lord Jesus. King Scarlet, thank you so much for becoming a member. There had to be a camera that could see behind the house that had the camera that they screwed into the light fixture on by their front door.
The light bulb camera.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was like a light bulb camera or whatever. So there had to be one somewhere on the back of that house or the one next door or something that caught this car going up to those apartment buildings next door and trying to turn around in front of the house, because that camera at that front door, the light bulb camera, would not have picked that up. There's no way, unless it's got x-ray vision through the house.
That would be a cool camera.
So there's got to be a camera somewhere else. And I'm thinking that it possibly was on the back of one of those two houses right next door. The one on the front as the light bulb camera, and then maybe they had one on the back of that same house as well. See, it's always been suspect vehicle 1, a launcher seen on Taylor Avenue, Linden gas station, police and wallets on video, yes, and ring cams. I'm still confused about the car on the gas station video, because Dateline is putting it out saying that their sources told them that is the white Elantra.
I'm starting to hate that word, sources.
I know, it's
Really
ridiculous.
starting to hate that word. Anytime I hear it, I just cringe and grind my teeth.
But the car in that picture kind of don't look like a white Elantra. Now, I don't know exactly what car it is, but it's too hard to tell because the picture is so bad. Like you're looking at a computer screen.
A picture of a computer screen.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's just, the picture is not that good. Like literally the car in the picture doesn't even look like it has wheels on it. That's how bad it is.
Yeah, I don't know how you make a determination about model from that.
And it's you can tell it's a white car or a light colored car. It could be like the light silver color and still possibly look white.
Maybe they used it as a place to start. Okay, we're looking for a light colored mid-size to compact car. And then they went from there and found another camera. I don't know.
I don't know. There's so much craziness. I've got to go back and. Does anybody remember what time allegedly that car was seen on camera? Because I don't think they in the PCA they put Bryan going by that store. I'd have to go back and look.
I don't remember that from the PCA.
And hey, Philly, how are you?
But it's been a while since.
Hey guys, how are you?
Right.
Hey, what up, Philly?
Doing good.
What's up?
So how are
Philly.
you tonight?
Good. You had me at Nissan. I'm like, where? When?
I don't know.
Where did Nissan come into the equation? But
I never remember hearing Nissan.
I don't
ever.
either. Lauren in chat is saying that she remembers it like in the first week or so after the murders happened. And like I said, I don't even remember the UPS driver vehicles, if about them being asked, but it could have been something that came out and I've read so much and heard so much that I don't remember. But I don't know.
I mean, I kind of understand it, like they kind of look similar, especially the white cars, but
Mm-hmm.
but at the same time, like I would think the FBI would know the difference between the two models,
Especially if he considers himself an expert.
Right.
Right.
What date did the FBI get involved? What date were they asked to assist?
Let's see. Hold on. Let me go to Twitter.
I would think like
Had
less
to be-
than a
It
week.
was quick. It was quick.
Because that police department's so small, they had to have help, I would think. But
If I was that chief with only 36 officers, I'd have thrown up the white flag right away.
I believe they called the Idaho State Police in the day that the murders happened, like the 13th. Now, I don't remember. Let me see if Sloopy may have it in her timeline. I gotta find the 13th. Let's see. Okay. Let me see if she has it. So 4:30, sheriff arrived. Okay, now that was at the Gonzalez house.
do you guys remember that like first week when everyone was like, these guys have no idea what they're doing? Like everybody was questioning what that.
I thought that from the very beginning up until he was arrested. But
Yeah.
and then I kind of gave him credit because they got this guy. But now it kind of seems like they're trying to hide something.
Hasn't it been that way like the last 3 or 4 high-profile cases? Everybody's been like, "What are these guys doing?
Yeah.
Why do they suck so bad?"
Yep.
And this is like you said. You gave him credit. I did too. And I was saying the same thing. Oh boy, here we go again. Another Prosser thing where, it's just a shit show. The cops
Well,
don't know what they're doing, but they
and that
seem to be
that
doing
guy had
something.
that guy had so much of a smirk on his face. It's like,
Mhm.
and that's part of the reason why we're questioning. Does he have that smirk on his face because he has no idea what's going on, or does he actually have a clue?
Or does he
And
have
they
every
have
idea what's going on? And that's what it's
exactly,
about.
yeah. So I give him props, but at the same time, if the FBI wasn't involved, would they even had a chance of
Yeah.
finding him?
Would we be where we're at? Yeah,
Right.
that's a good question.
I mean, if the FBI wasn't involved, no, I don't think that.
We're gonna have to wait for the book to come out because one of these guys is gonna write a book.
Well,
Probably the police chief.
the James Patterson dude is supposed to be coming out with a book.
Oh, is he?
Mm-hmm. He was on News Nation. I can't remember what the guy's name is that did the interview with him, but the guy had originally said that the book was supposed to be out before the trial started, and then he ended up correcting him and saying no, that it'll be probably after the trial. But he's working on it now, a whole book about this whole entire case.
I don't know how you work on it until all the facts are. I don't know.
Yeah.
Nobody knows what
So
really happened yet. How do you write a book about it?
I know.
I suppose what's leading up to.
Ava, yes, I'm doing good, thank you. Feds were already in town. Does anybody, because Sleuthie doesn't have it on her timeline of when the feds were brought in, but I do remember it being said that ISP was brought in that day. I don't know what time that day, but I would assume though the feds would have been brought in at least a week, within a week. King Scarlet. I don't even remember when the cowboy dudes were there. Like, I remember them being there. I remember Bryan Itten was
November 17th of 22.
For the cowboy dudes.
No, when the FBI joined the investigation, University of Idaho murder hunt.
Okay, so that would have been the day that they did the autopsies also.
November 17th.
Okay, y'all.
That's when they made the official announcement, I should say. That's when the press conference was.
All right, I'm making a note of that.
One thing I'm kind of surprised with, like, I know there's the gag order, right, in the state of Idaho, so they can't question any of the victims' families or friends or whatever. But at the same time, I'm kind of surprised. Like, so I'm in Pennsylvania, and Kohberger's whole family is like in the state, and nobody is even going near them, like questioning them, trying to interview any of the family or anything. Is that part of the gag order, or is that just part of the state? Is that just in the state where the trial's going to be? Like, I'm just surprised that I'm not seeing anything.
I don't think the judge's order crosses state lines.
Now, since the gag order has came out, allegedly, the DA from Pennsylvania, from that county out there, had come out, and he's the one that said about Bryan, whenever they went into the house, that Bryan was in the kitchen area, with the gloves on, putting his personal trash in Ziploc bags. And that was that he come out and said that after the gag order was already in place. So apparently the people out in Pennsylvania ain't part of the gag order.
I'm sure if anybody's trying to interview the family, they're just doing the old no comment thing.
Right.
It's not in his best interest for them to say shit about anything.
Right. And I'm pretty sure they probably have an attorney that they can just be like, contact my attorney if they needed to.
Well,
I'm just kind of surprised, like, because I watch the news all the time, like the local news here.
Hmm.
And I'm just surprised that, like, the, I would think there'd be like 50 people out in their driveway trying to get a comment. You know what I mean? Like, it's
Well,
a high profile case.
Bryan Itten went up to their door one night when it was dark and knocked on their door. And I assuming it was Brian's dad that had came. He didn't open up the door or anything like that, but he came to the door and told him to get off his property. That was private property, and all this and that. And Bryan Itten left. So that's probably, if anybody else has done that, try to talk to him or whatever, that's probably what they have done.
Right.
It's been like, they're not talking or whatever. Because, whenever this whole thing came out about them having to go to the grand jury out in Pennsylvania, that people were probably trying to question them and find out what was going on. And they probably had to do the same thing. No comment, don't come on my property.
What
all
part
this
of
and
PA
that.
is his family in?
Albrightsville, it's Monroe County in the Pocono Mountains.
Yeah, it's like northeast Pennsylvania.
Northeast. And you're down by Philly, right?
Yeah, he's like 2.5, 3 hours from me north.
Man, they got plenty of news going on in Philly. I don't know if you're gonna hear about anything up in the Poconos, bro.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
but the news here will cover anything high profile going on.
Have they covered this case at all?
Nothing. Like,
oh wow,
we haven't heard anything in Minnesota on it, but I don't watch.
I haven't heard.
A lot of local
I
news.
haven't seen Kohberger on my local news stations probably since he got arrested.
So that would have been the only time that they had mentioned anything about it.
Exactly, like nothing, and that's why I'm like kind of surprised, because you have all these news specials and all the coverage going on basically in Idaho, and even, I mean, across the whole country. But
Mhm.
like, I see nothing about him on local news. I don't know if because there must be a reason why they don't want to cover it, but I mean,
I bet you when the trial kicks off, they do.
That's what I'm wondering. Once the trial kicks off,
when they really have something to report, then they'll probably latch onto it.
But instead, they'd rather cover a bridge falling.
Like, that was a nasty accident, bro.
Well, that. Did
you see the video of those people that were driving
across it like a few minutes before it collapsed?
Bunch of idiots. Talk about the
lucky.
Darwin Award.
Yep.
Oh.
And all that smoke, and they said it was just like a few minutes before it collapsed.
So that part, so I-95 is the local highway. It runs from Maine all the way down to Florida. Mm-hmm. It's like the main artery.
The highway.
It's the highway, exactly. Yeah. So that part of the highway collapsed, and like, you can't just like replace a bridge in like a couple months.
And you can't just bypass all that traffic on the city streets.
Oh, all the traffic's gonna be coming by my house.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Like,
you should get out front, start selling some cheesesteaks or something, bro. Bottles of water, $3. Sell little urinals for $5.
I'll be like, cheesesteak, $40. Bottle of water, $10.
Yeah, then you sell the urinal for $25. Because they've been sitting in traffic for 3 hours and they gotta go. You get anything you want for a urinal at that point.
I could imagine how bad that traffic is going to be.
Oh, it's going to be horrible. I-95 is nuts.
It's going to be a nightmare.
Is 95 ever traffic free?
No.
Other than the first 2 weeks of COVID?
No.
Isn't that
24 hours a day, 7 days a week? Every time I've been on it, it's a freaking traffic jam through Philly.
Is that the one that you take through Philly to go into Jersey?
Yeah, that's the one you take through Philly to go anywhere.
Yeah.
Okay, because I remember when we had to go to New Jersey, we had to deliver a dog up there, and I remember going through Philly, like through where the shipyard is, and into Jersey. Yep, that was the longest ride.
It's a cool ride at night, man. The city skyline for Philly coming from the south is badass. I will say that. It's really cool looking.
Uh-huh.
What was the findings from that grand jury that convened in Pennsylvania. Are they still gathering information? Or are they disposed of?
The only thing that I've heard about it was the is it Stroudsburg Police Department? I believe it's the name of the little town there in Monroe County. They had made a statement saying that it had been brought to their attention about media saying that Bryan Kohberger had a connection with the Dana Smithers disappearance, and they just wanted to put it out and clear it up that he had no connection to it. Other than that, that's really the only thing I'd heard, other than like his mom had already testified whenever the news came out, and that his dad was supposed to testify the next day. And people were talking about, when you have a grand jury and you have testimony, like the grand jury, hey, Brian Orr, how are you? The grand jury stuff can take several days, and multiple witnesses or whatever. And people were talking about that, like how can they interview his mom or get his mom to testify, and then like a few days later get the dad too, because then they can talk about what she had already said. But other than that, I haven't heard anything else about it.
April 418 has an interesting comment. Something that I haven't heard.
With they're absolutely maniacs, is that the one?
Yeah, and she says this whole thing is a setup, and then she said the absolutely maniacs.
Oh wait, okay, so let me go up a little bit further. Come on, Payne. What are the chances? Is it above that one?
No, it's just this whole thing is a setup, and
okay.
The next comment is
okay. I see that one. So this whole thing is a setup. They're absolute maniacs about recycling. There have been a whole booklet on recycling. He's been separating trash, and he was a little kid. Okay.
I mean, I guess even if that's true, well, maybe it's the OCD in him that he puts it in Ziploc bags. I don't know. The
it's
Ziploc
weird.
bag thing is weird.
Right. And it is weird, but there people with OCD, like they have different, I guess, tendencies, I guess.
I have an aunt that washes paper towels. And uses them again.
But just because somebody has, and I'm in no way saying that Bryan is innocent in the Idaho murders, but just because he has OCD and he does weird things or things that are weird to us doesn't make him a murderer or a bad person. My oldest son is OCD, and certain things have to be in certain places and done a certain way, and it can be very what is the good word?
It can be debilitating if they don't get it right.
Yes. And especially for someone who is autistic like my son, it has to if it's not done certain way, he can get very upset. And I don't know if Bryan is on the spectrum or not, but we don't know how severe, if he does have OCD, like how severe it is. Hey, Cricket Moon, how are you? Che, thank you so much for being a member for 4 months. And she said, y'all 100 thumbs up for LSTC. And I'll gift memberships.
Oh, that's nice.
Thank you, Che. That was very nice. Hey, Roger, how are you?
I already clicked mine, so come on, people.
We got 234 people already in here.
Hit that like, yo. Let's go.
76 likes. Roger, yes, we are doing good. I hope you are as well. Hey, Raynard, how are you? Shanann Watts had OCD. A lot of people have it. Hey, Marie, how are you? It's just some people, it can be more severe than it can be for other people.
Yeah, I know you'd never know my was OCD, but until you walk into her kitchen and see, I mean, she goes so far as she'll do it 3 times. She writes on them with a Sharpie.
My son will do that.
They've been washed. And I was like, I thought she was, I thought it was crazy at first. And I'm like, well, it's just what you do. I mean, big deal. You're not hurting anybody.
I mean, my son does stuff in 3s. If he's walking, I have to remind him, like if we go to Walmart, there's multiple people in here. You can't walk and then step back and do it 3 times because you may run into people or, just whatever. Just walk, and if you feel the need that you have to do it, kind of go off an aisle to the side and do your thing. And however it makes you feel better. Hey, S1, how are you? All right, y'all, we're up to 91 likes.
93. Oh, I smell 94.
Let's see. Just Don said I'm OCD and Gemini. Watch out. Yeah, my son has to. It's certain things have to be done certain ways, and so I can see, like Ron's way of doing things. Maybe he has to do it that way to make himself stay calm in the anxiety, if that is what it is, of putting the personal trash into individual Ziplocs. It could cause anxiety if he gets to thinking about that my personal trash is not in individual Ziplocs. But damn, Ziplocs can get expensive though.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah.
So
They're really expensive these days. I'll tell you that right now.
right.
They've
So
gone up in price.
but it could be a self-soothing thing to help him stay calm. I don't know. I mean, I don't know, while he's in jail, like, how are you going to put your personal trash? Like, how would they're not going to help that.
Vegan and OCD in jail is almost torture in itself, I would think.
I would think so too,
I would
because
think it'd be really hard.
they're not going to cater to you.
No. And it's probably a weakness you don't want to show.
That's true too.
Prison is all about, I mean, when dealing with the other inmates, it's all about weakness.
Yeah, that
For
guy's
everything I've seen.
he's probably gonna weigh like 90 pounds by the time trial starts. Like he's gonna be so beside himself.
I mean, what can you peanut butter?
Yeah,
And a lot of it?
peanut butter.
I mean, I wonder what they're feeding him. I would love to know.
Can a vegan
he's
eat?
vegan, isn't he?
Yeah. Can they eat oatmeal?
Honestly, I don't know that much about it. Maybe some people in the chat do.
Yeah, I don't either.
I deal with the gluten allergy for my customers, but that's as far as I take it. If you want vegan, here's a salad. That's best I can do.
I eat meat 24/7,
right?
So I can't relate.
Cricket Moon says, Scarlett, I have something bugging me. Got to get it out before the storms hit. Cricket Moon, do you want to come up on panel? And then I just seen another. Hey, Ben, how are you? Summer Watson also said, I will give some memberships as well. Got to get the likes up. Scarlett does an amazing job. Show some love. Thank you, Summer. That was very nice.
Absolutely.
Where?
You're at 98.
Your channel's awesome, and you and Troll do a great job. So I know I say that all the time, but we appreciate you guys. So thank you.
Well, I appreciate all of y'all, and I know Troll does. I don't even know where he is at.
He's behind the curtain, just like the guy in the Wizard of Oz.
I think he's somewhere. I think he's outside. When that storm came through yesterday, it blew like all of his corn over.
Oh.
And
you guys grow corn?
Yeah, we have corn. We've got purple whole peas. We've got potatoes, squash, okra. It blew all the okra down. It blew all the corn down. But when the sun came out today, the okra stood back up. Hey, Mar. Some of the corn stood back up, but he is very, I guess you could say, OCD about his garden.
I don't blame him.
I was the same way. Yeah.
He's been out there trying his best to stand it back up as best as he can.
We had when I was with my ex, we had a storm like come through, and now I'm a big gardener, and I grew like all kinds of tomatoes and peppers and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And I come home one day after work. She's like, "You got to go outside." And I'm like, "What?" And I go outside, and all the tomatoes and peppers are laying on their side, and I'm out there like in a freaking tornado, like rain, trying to cage all the tomatoes and peppers back up, because I'm like, I will do anything to save these plants.
I mean, that's what we had to do yesterday. And Che, thank you so much for gifting those memberships. That was very nice of you. And Nina, thank you so much for being a member for a month. And anybody that has gotten a membership and you have Facebook and you want to join the Facebook group, send me an email. My email is pinned at the top of the chat, and I will send you a link to join it. And I actually need to start with the people who are in the group, start doing some live chats in there during the day. But and Evie, thank you so much for being a member for 2 months. And she says, love your channel, Lost. You are awesome. Well, Evie, thank you so much, and you are awesome yourself. But yeah, yesterday after the storms came through, we had to get out there, and he's got there's 12 tomato plants, I think it is up that he has along a fence row, and we had to go out there and retie every single one of them, and they're full of tomatoes.
That's a lot of work. It is.
Ava, thank you so much for being a member for 2 months. And Riddler, thank you for being a member for 2 months. Yeah, it's a lot of work. I was out there because you have to cut, the pieces that you're going to tie it up with. And I was out there cutting and trying to hold them up, and they're full of tomatoes, and you can't pick them because they're not red yet or even started turning red. And it was just, it's a lot of work.
Yeah, and I was like out there sliding around the mud, trying to keep the twine in my hands and a piece and scissors, and she's just like standing at the door like, is it done yet? And I'm like, are you kidding me? You want to come out here and do this? Like,
yeah. Illusions has been a member for 3 months. Thank you, Illusions. Glowbug, thank you so much for gifting that membership. That was very nice. Yeah, he put cardboard all, like, the tomato plants cannot touch the dirt. That is like a big no-no.
Yep. Yeah.
So,
Everybody up here is doing that upside down tomato plant thing.
Oh, my grandmother used to, like, in the pot.
They've got this freaking weird thing that they plant like 10 tomato plants in and put it like 10 feet in the air, and it's just a shower of tomato plants.
Yeah, it grows down. The vine does.
Yeah, and they get like one lady was telling me she gets triple the tomatoes out of the same plant.
Yep.
Because they put it up high enough to where it can grow down. She's like, I gotta get a step ladder to get the big ones.
Yeah, it's like a topsy-turvy.
I don't know what it's called.
Yeah.
But it looks, I actually stopped at this lady's house that I know, and I'm like, okay, tell me the freaking story about that thing.
That's awesome.
Lauren, that is a good question. Lauren Cake says, how did the dog get in the room and the door shut? Did the kids or the killer put it in there?
I'm guessing killer.
In my opinion, I don't know if this is true or not. This is just my opinion of what possibly happened. And I said this night before last. I think Maddie was in her room. Kaylee and Murphy were over in Kaylee's room. The person who did this gets in the house and goes to Maddie's room. And I think possibly Kaylee heard something going on over there, and she goes over into Maddie's room to see what's up, and she leaves Murphy in the room.
Locks the dog in the room?
Yeah, I just don't think we've all seen the videos of Kaylee and this dog. I just don't think Kaylee is going to leave Murphy in a bedroom by himself all night while she's sleeping in the room with Maddie.
That's doubtful. Yeah, I don't think she would either.
I've been following Murphy's Instagram page.
He is like so cute. Yeah, Murphy Gonzalez.
Yeah, and you see the pictures and videos of Murphy with Kaylee. Like, it breaks your heart, to see that. Like, but it's cool that I guess it's Jack, right?
Yeah, Jack DeCore's got him.
Yeah. It's sweet that Jack's putting those out there. Like,
oh yeah, he is. I've always owned pit bulls for like the last 30-something years, but Murphy is like the cutest little fuzzy dog that I've ever seen.
Yeah, I'm not a little dog person.
Yeah, I'm not either, but he is just like super cute though.
Cute dog.
Mom, thank you so much for becoming a member, and you've been with the family from the jump, so. But thank you for becoming a member. Yeah, he is. He's super cute. I love the fact, like you said, that Jack is putting or yeah, I'm just clicking on the wrong stuff here. That Jack is putting all those videos out, and then like people they were wanting Jack and the Gonzalez family to do a wish list for Murphy, and so people got to send in all of this stuff. And if anybody uh, follows that Instagram, you like there's pictures on there and on their Facebook page of just all the stuff that has come in. So what they'll do is they'll give Murphy a few things out of it, and then everything else they donate it to like the I don't know if it's ASPCA or if it's like the local shelter or whatever up there, but they donate it.
Oh, that's awesome. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
That's really cool.
there's pictures though of Jack and Murphy sitting on the Gonzalez family's couch, and like all of the stuff is all around them. And it was just it's an awesome and they've told people from the jump, we'll give Murphy a few things out of it, let him pick a few things like maybe that he likes or whatever, but everything else we're going to donate, and people are still sending it in. Let's see, I have a pit bull. Yeah, Evie, that's the only kind of dogs that I will own, except for my father-in-law's lab mixed dog that I promised him that we would take care of after he passed away. So,
well, guys, I'm gonna jump off, but it was nice talking to you guys, and appreciate you guys.
oh well, thank you for coming up.
Yeah,
Take care,
absolutely.
See you
Philly.
later, bud.
All right, good night, guys. Talk to you soon.
Have a good night.
Night,
Hey, good
Philly.
luck on those urinal sales. Telling you, it's a thing, man. You're gonna make a ton of money.
Yeah, Big Al, don't come over here to the East Coast and try to drive down 95.
No, I'm good.
You're gonna be screwed.
I don't even leave my little town anymore, dude.
All right,
Take care
see
of
you
yourself,
guys.
bud.
All right, have a
All
good
right,
night.
later.
Let's see.
Get me into Philly. You can't get me into the next town down that's like 13,000 people. I'm done with big towns.
Yeah,
I can't do it.
like I said, we drove from Louisiana to Jersey to deliver a dog, and we drove it nonstop there, spent the night, turned around the next morning, and left Jersey. And I ain't been back since. And it's nothing against people in Jersey, but they just don't. They make fun of the way the Southern folk talk. So some of them were nice, but some of them wasn't.
Yeah, people need better shit to do. Making fun of someone the way they talk.
Yeah, it was. But I mean, it was very pretty up there though, because I'd never been like that's the furthest of the East Coast I'd ever been. Very
If
pretty
you
up
really
there.
like that, then you need to get your ass up to Maine, because that is something to see. Maine is if I was going to leave Minnesota, that's probably where I'd go.
I've seen pictures.
Maine is beautiful. And
I
some of
mean,
the best fishing I've ever seen outside of Minnesota.
like going through Philly, it was cool to see all the ships there at the shipyard or whatever. I believe it was a shipyard there. I know it was a lot of military ships, and when you go over the bridge or whatever, and like stuff like that was cool to see. What else did we see? The Chesapeake Bay. We got to that tunnel or whatever. So there was some cool stuff up there. I just too
I
big.
pulled my fifth wheel
city.
through that tunnel. It was a nightmare.
Oh my god.
Oh
Yeah.
god, I was just a nervous freaking wreck.
I'm just not too much on the cities. I don't even like going to the cities in Louisiana.
Scarlett, when will we get to hear from the judge again? Is there a date set?
Let me go. I'm gonna leave that pulled up. I'm just gonna exit it off the screen, and I'll pull it back up and finish it in a second. I believe the next thing. Well, I think it's the 27th is the next court date. But I'm hoping this coming up week, like tomorrow week, he will release his decision on the gag order and on the cameras in the courtroom. I'm hoping that he's not going to wait until the 27th. But let me go find out real quick just to make sure I'm giving you the correct date.
Eddie Joe says June 27th.
Okay. All right, so yeah, that'll be the next court date, and I think there is two or three things. Betty Jo, do you remember how many things are going to be taken care of that day?
Somebody made the comment about the dog. How did the dog go? Or Cricket Moon says, how did the dog go 8 hours without peeing or fussing at the smell? I don't know that we know if it peed or not.
I mean, even if a dog is housebroken, they can only hold it for so long.
Exactly.
And then they have to relieve themselves. So,
And I don't know the smell. I don't know. I mean, that breed of dog, I could see him being more afraid of everything than being aggressive. But then I've met some Chihuahuas that want to rip your nuts off. So, I mean,
I would think that he was probably scared to death because there's no telling what he heard. Even if Kaylee, I mean, because he loved everybody that lived in that house. We've seen the videos of that.
So probably loved anybody that gave it attention. It was that kind of, it was like a lap dog. I mean, it's probably more used to being held than walking.
But just if there was any screaming coming from Maddie and Kaylee, the dog was probably trying his best to get out of the room because he knew something was up, but also scared at the same time.
See, I'll always be wondering until the trial starts, were the bedroom doors locked or open? Did he kick them in, or did he know how to pick the lock and get in? I'm going to assume they were open. And then when he exited the rooms, did he pull them back closed and locked them? I don't know.
Yeah, that would be interesting to know. Hey, Angie, how are you? That would be interesting to know too. Like,
because then that would mean that Dylan couldn't see what was going on inside of those rooms, and she's making phone calls to him between 4 and 4:25.
Yeah. Well, it says in the PCA that the download of Dylan and Bethany's phones led the police to believe that the murders happened between those two. So there, I mean, just by them saying that, there had to be some type of something going on their phones between those two times. And, you know, like I said, the 4 o'clock could make sense if they knew that Xana got the DoorDash. 4:25, I've questioned, like, were you getting the extra 5 minutes? They could have said to each other, you know, Bethany could have been like, is the person still in the house? And Dylan could have said, no, I seen him walking towards the back door. You know, and that might have been like their time frame, and that's why they put it. But it's going to be interesting to see how they come up with that, because you know that I'm pretty sure Ann Taylor's going to question it.
And that's probably why the police originally, before the PCA came out, thought it probably had between 3 and 4.
Yeah, I wonder why they thought that though.
Well, it's easy to see because between 3 and 4, you have the I don't want to say the M word, but you have the event, the 4 people becoming deceased, and then at 4 o'clock now she's checking on them, and she's not getting any answers. I don't know, because there was a DoorDash at 4 o'clock. I don't know how many people were on their cell phones after 4 o'clock.
Right.
So that's the only reason I would say they probably thought it was 3 to 4.
I think, I don't know.
But it couldn't be between 3 and 4 if you got a DoorDash coming at 4.
4, exactly, and that's what I said. And Cricket Moon, if you got to go, honey, because of the storms, you be safe, okay? It seems like though that Dylan and Bethany, like I said the other night, you know that they had to have been interviewed the 13th, the day that this happened, or if not the 13th, at least the 14th, and it seems like they would have had that information about them being in their room, asleep, or at least in their rooms by 4 o'clock. So why did they originally come out and say between 3 and 4 instead of, though? Because they're asking people to look through their camera systems between 3 and 4 when if the murders happened between 4 and 5, they should have been looking between 4 and 5. So it's going to be interesting to see what the answer to that is too.
And what's up with the knife sheath now?
What about it?
People are saying, well, it's been redacted. It's no longer in the case.
No.
I'm trying to figure out where they got that from.
We determined that was a lie.
Yeah, it's not the knife sheath.
Misinformation.
It's they're not using the genealogical DNA, but they're
Okay.
not. They're not getting rid of the knife sheath. That hasn't. I think somebody's seen something somewhere and they misunderstood what it was saying and put that out there.
It went like the telephone game from channel to channel and turned into the whole knife sheath is thrown out.
Yeah,
Right.
because now they can get his DNA through the his fork or spoon that he's using at lunch
Mhm.
or breakfast.
I mean, I would assume like the day that he
Well,
got arrested in Pennsylvania,
when
they took it.
Well, when he came into the jail, I'm sure they did. I know they do in
Right.
Minnesota. You don't have a choice. They take a swab when you come into the jail now in
Right.
Minnesota.
So they would have just got his DNA then and just used that to compare against the DNA that was found on the sheath and then threw the genealogical part of it out because they wouldn't have needed it. Hey, Crane Hill Gal, how are you? Because that's what was it? The dad's was 99.9998%, where his would have been 100. It would have been, a higher percentage. So it would just make sense to use his own DNA compared to that on the knife sheath.
It kind of makes you wonder who the dad was looking for on the genealogical site. Why was his DNA on there?
Well,
Had to be looking for somebody.
You know that, and this came from the neighbor of Bryan's, that he said that Bryan had told him that he had sent his DNA into one of the genealogical sites. Now, I don't know if Bryan was, just, like the 23andMe thing where you send in your DNA and they send back and say you're like so much percent this, so much percent that, or whatever.
Right.
I don't know if that's the site that he was doing and if that's what he was looking for, or if it was a different one. But the neighbor did say that Bryan had told him, and this is a neighbor in Washington, that he had sent his DNA in to one of those sites.
Well, Phil Robertson just found a kid that he didn't know he had.
Right, his daughter.
Yeah, his daughter after when she was like almost 50.
Yeah. I was actually watching that show today.
I watched it last week. It was a really interesting. He does a hell of a job on his podcast. I got to
Scarlett.
Yes.
I just Googled it and it says police in 50 states are currently empowered by law to take DNA samples from persons who have been convicted of a felony. In 28 states, including California, police can collect DNA samples from suspects who have been simply arrested for a felony.
Yep.
Yeah, I believe Louisiana, as soon as you get arrested and they walk your ass into that jail where they do the booking process, you get your DNA. Yeah.
That's just like fingerprint. I haven't had my DNA tested, but I've heard that when you go into the county jail here, they take your fingerprints and then they do a mouth swab.
Yep, I believe that's what they do here too.
And I don't know if they're legally allowed to just force it or if they just say, all right, we're going to take a swab. And if you don't reject, then they've got it.
Right. But I don't
know what the law is here, but I know they do ask for it.
I wonder though if a person was to reject it, would they then have to get like a court order of something like that?
I'll tell you, my county jail, they'd probably just hold your ass down and take it.
Because I'm not willingly giving my DNA up to nobody.
Oh, hell no.
Not happening.
Nope.
Which I'm not going to do.
I got a brother or sister.
I mean, I'm not going to do anything that's going to get me thrown in jail, but I'm still not going to willingly give it up. It's just not going to happen.
What my dad did with a waitress on a business trip is his business. I don't ever need to know about it.
I'm an only child, and that's how it's going to be. So I don't want no brothers and sisters. See, they can't just take your DNA. You have the First and Fourth Amendment right most of the time to get a warrant for the DNA. I mean,
Not in all states, Betty.
Hey, Faithful, how are you?
Not
I would
anymore.
assume that if you fight them over it, then I mean they may hold you down in the states that Riddler was talking about that they take it when you're arrested. But I wonder what the procedures are if
What do
you
you think they
deny it.
do when you say no to a blood test when you're drinking and driving? They hold your ass down and take your blood.
I'd be like,
It's court precedent's been set in a certain amount of states. I know.
yeah,
Where they just get it.
they'd have to get a warrant for me because I'm like, no. And by the time you get your warrant, I'll be done sobered up. But I don't drink, so I ain't got to worry about that either. I'm not, even with something like that, if I was to drink, I'm not going to willfully blow into a breathalyzer and convict myself right then and there. Summer, thank you so much for gifting those memberships. That was very nice of you. All right. And so once again, all the members tonight, including the new ones or ones that we've had for a while that haven't but want to join the Facebook group, my email is at the top of the chat. Just shoot me an email. Please make sure to put your YouTube name in somewhere in the email just so I'll know who it is. And then I will send your invites out.
Scarlett, it says here, now this is Connecticut. It says on July 15th, 2016, the Supreme Court of Connecticut upheld the conviction of a prisoner who was charged with refusing to submit a DNA sample. The court, excuse me, also found that force may be used to obtain a DNA sample from a prisoner who refuses to provide one. I guarantee that force isn't easy either.
Oh, probably not.
Yeah, they're going to bring in their goon squad and they're going to start pressure pointing.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, Brad, you don't have Facebook? A lot of people, they don't have it. But if you ever make one, just let me know and I can send you the link. Let's see, familiar names for once. Congratulations. Yes, congratulations to all the new members. All right, I don't think I finished reading this, but I don't think I have too much more. I don't remember where I left off at. Sally Mae, thank you so much for gifting that membership. That was very nice of you as well. Okay, I'm going to finish. Let me pull this back up. Because if not, it's going to sit on my screen until I get done with it. I got to exit off all this other stuff. Okay. All right. So, and Sally Mae, thank you for gifting that next membership. That was very nice of you. Thank you. Okay. So we talked about the UPS delivery truck. So, all right. So the next day after getting back data on Mrs. Gonzalez's account, on the Tinder dating app, detectives asked for details on 19 specific account holders, including their location, credit card information, and any private images, pictures, or videos associated with that account or with those accounts. Was there a warrant for those 19 specific accounts on Tinder? Hey, Amethyst. Okay, hold on. Let me go look real quick because I know that there was a Tinder warrant, but I don't remember.
Yeah, there was a warrant for Tinder, but it didn't specify whose Tinder.
But was it for 19 different accounts? So, like, wouldn't that? Where is Tinder?
I don't remember what it specifically said. I just remember laughing to myself and going, "Oh shit, Tinder's in this one."
Okay, Tinder is going to be one of these match group ones, I believe. Yes, here's one for Tinder. Let's see. I gotta zoom way down. Okay, so January 25th, they obtained the search warrant and then was served on the 26th. Damn, they got their stuff back on the 26th as well. This one just has an IMEI. Let me see what the warrant says though. If it was
So it's one IMEI referring to Tinder?
Okay, so the search warrant says okay, this is for the Tinder account of Bryan Kohberger.
Okay.
So that one was that one. But let me go look because there's several match groups. This is for Tinder as well. Let me see what this one is for. This one is from November the 29th. The warrant was served the 29th. And then on December the 5th, they got the stuff back. Okay, this is for Kaylee's Tinder. Okay, so that's for hers. Two. Okay. I have to count them down because there's several match groups. This one is for January the 6th. I'm sorry, December the 6th. And don't say who this one is for. Let me go to the warrant. Okay, so this warrant says they are. All right, so there was grounds for issuing the search warrant, and there is probable cause to believe that the property referred to and sought in or upon said premises consists of information related to the investigation of November the 13th homicides. And it is to include all subscriber information between November the 3rd of 2022 to present, including but not limited to biographical data, geographical location, username, phone number, associated electronic mail, email address, profile information, stuff like that. And it says they're wanting the billing and information for the following UID accounts. This could be it then, because there's one, and all of these are redacted, but it's got. Hold on, I'll pull it up so y'all can see what I'm talking about on here. This one here. It's got all these little bullets here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So that would have been it for the 19 accounts.
I can't believe that many of them had Tinder.
And didn't it say? Let me go back. So, getting back to the data on Mrs. Gonzalez's account on Tinder dating app, detectives asked for details on 19 specific account holders, including their location, credit card information, and any private images, pictures, or videos associated with the account. So that must have just been for ones that had gotten, I guess, I don't know how the Tinder app works, but
I thought it was a hookup app, not a dating app. Maybe somebody in the chat can correct us on that. I've never used it.
The only thing I know about it, as far as it being an app, that was, the girl out in Pennsylvania that claimed that her and Bryan, she was his Tinder date, is what everybody calls her. So, hey, Lady B, how are you? So I'm wondering if Bryan was one of those 19 people. Well, no, it wasn't. He couldn't have been one of the 19 people because he had his own search warrant. Yeah, he had his own search warrant. So that doesn't mean, though, that he wasn't on like her accounts or however they do that, where they get get in touch with them.
Yeah, you both swipe a certain direction, and if it's a match, then somehow I don't know if it's a direct message or what.
No.
Maybe I'll have to jump on there just for research.
Astro, yes. Bryan has his own Tinder search warrant, and then there is a another search warrant for 19 additional, which is, let me pull this article back up. Where's it at? Right here. So on this article, it says that the Tinder dating app detectives asked for details on 19 specific account holders. So it would have been those 19 plus if Bryan was on there. Like I said, he got his own warrant for Tinder. Megan says she met her husband on Tinder. So I don't know. I don't know if it's like you were saying, it's like a swipe left or right or whatever thing. Maybe Kaylee swiped a certain way on those 19, or maybe those 19 swiped her a certain way, or however it was. But there had to be
just overlap. I mean, I don't. I'm reading about it now, and it sounds like a dating app. I don't know.
I mean, there has to be something with those 19 specific accounts that they wanted to look into them.
Sally Mae says, I got a grandchild that way on their first date.
Aww.
Well, at least you got something good out of it.
Let's see,
Hopefully
19
it worked
is a
out for him.
lot, but maybe people Bryan K has contacted on there.
Ava said Tinder used to be a hookup only, but has evolved. Okay, well that makes sense, because the only thing I ever heard about it was a hookup app, and I was like, well, that's right, there's plenty of fish.
Right. Sally Mae says she got 2 grandbabies. Hey, Nacho Girl, how are you?
Nacho Girl, I agree with you 100%. I tried the eHarmony thing, and I gave up too. I was like, you know what? I'll just figure it out on my own. This is too much.
To me, though, it just seems like it would be like a very dangerous thing.
Well, eHarmony is like you're basically giving up everything about yourself.
Oh wow!
I mean, it's a lot of questions.
Yeah, that's it. Just to me, it sounds like it's dangerous, especially for young girls like that.
Well, for young girls, it's ridiculously dangerous. Any agreement to meet on an online chat is ridiculous for a female, in my opinion.
Right. Hey, Don't Dive, how are you?
Unless they're carrying, like, I don't know, a 9mm, then cool.
Yeah, but even then, it's
still dangerous. I mean, it's
yeah. Okay, so let me finish this article out real quick. So it says the request allowed the inquiry to go much broader than an ordinary search for information using a single warrant to get 19 different people, said Orrin Kerr, a law professor at the University of California, Berkeley. You couldn't get one warrant to search 19 houses, he said. So investigators were also working with a key piece of evidence, a K-bar knife sheath branded with the U.S. Marine Corps logo that had been found next to 2 of the victims. They initially began looking for local stores that may have sold the weapon and then fanned out. A request to Amazon sought the order histories of account holders who had purchased such knives, and a follow-up request to eBay focused on a series of specific users seeking their purchase histories. Some had connections to the area, including 1 in Idaho and 2 in Washington State, while others were from far away, including an account in Japan. Because of the redactions, it is unclear if Mr. Kohberger's name came up in those records. The overall data track was growing enormous, demonstrating the extensive breadth of data on consumer platforms that can be made accessible to law enforcement agencies when they are at the stage of hunting for breadcrumbs. I need to zoom this in for just a second. I still can't. I got to go to the eye doctor, y'all. I'm getting blind or something here. So you could say that it is uncharted territory, Mr. Kerr said. They are novel legal questions when there are so many records out there. So at the same time DNA from the scene was being processed, forensic teams had examined the knife sheath and found DNA that did not belong to any of the inhabitants of the house. They ran the sample through the FBI's database, which contained millions of DNA profiles of past criminal offenders, but according to 3 people briefed on the case, they did not get a match. At that point, investigators decided to try the genetic genealogy, a method that until now has been used primarily to solve cold cases, not active murder investigations. So, among the growing numbers of the genealogy websites that help people trace their ancestors and relatives via their own DNA, some allow users to select an option that permits law enforcement to compare crime scene DNA samples against the website's data. Why would somebody do that? Like if they send their DNA, they select that option that permits law enforcement to compare crime scene DNA samples.
I don't know. That's not a box I'm checking.
No.
So if I'm walking into a gas station, I spit on the sidewalk, and 30 minutes later, somebody gets killed there, and they get shot with a 40 caliber handgun, and I have 6 of them.
Who do you think they're going to look at?
My world's a freaking nightmare for the next year.
Right. That's crazy. Because, I mean, just your genealogical, like your DNA being in there, what if your cousin does something? You know what I'm saying? It's just, no.
Well, the defense is still going to have to come up with a story how that knife sheath, they're going to have to find a way to counter when the prosecution presents that knife sheath with his DNA on it. So how are they going to counter that? See, that scale just got tilted. If you're a juror, that scale just got tilted in favor of the prosecution.
Mm-hmm.
So the defense is going to have to come up with some kind of whopper to explain how that knife sheath was there if they want to counter what the prosecution is saying. Or they might find it better just to remain silent and take a hit on that.
Yeah, no questions, Your Honor.
That'll be a big question in deliberation.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Because right now the prosecution's main problem is they got to put Bryan in that house, BK in that house. If they can put him in that house, they got him.
I'm still curious about the DNA or what they find in the car. Still curious because there's people out there saying right now that they didn't find nothing in the car. They even came out with the car results. How do you know that they found something in there or not?
Because if they can't find him in the house, he could easily say, "I'm driving around looking for a bag of weed," and that's the place to go to get it. Either there or a block over or 2 blocks over.
Big Al, did you see what Ian Faithful said? Is Big Al ignoring me?
No, I was on mute and didn't realize it.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately, I'll probably never go to England, but Faithful, if you ever come to Minnesota, I'll show you a good time.
All right. Well, if either one of y'all end up in another country with each other,
there you go.
It's a date.
You never know.
But Riddler, what you're saying, yeah, that is true. And if they can't prove him, and like, how can I say this for it to make sense? Okay, now I got to rack my brain on how this would make sense. If they can't tie him or prove that he was in the house just by the DNA that they have on the sheet, but then he has DNA in his car, he's still screwed. Hey, C, how are you?
Well, okay, devil's advocate. They use one piece of evidence to lead them to another. They determine that the first piece of evidence was no bueno. Does that throw out the second piece of evidence?
I don't know. Because, I mean, how is he going to... He could possibly explain the DNA on the sheet. Possibly. But how's he going to explain those victims' DNA in his car.
Well, that's for sure.
That's
But if they use the sheath to get the DNA out of the car, is that one of those forbidden fruit things?
well, if it's the victim's DNA,
Right, but if
then they would just
if they used something that they didn't have the right to get that piece of evidence, wouldn't it toss that piece of evidence out?
Yeah, but they have a warrant.
But
They
they
give
used that evidence to get the warrant.
right.
If that evidence gets tossed, then the warrant's no good, and all the fruit from that warrant, because the warrant's no longer any good, would be gone.
But why would they need to use DNA from the sheath to compare DNA? Are you saying the DNA on the sheath to compare to the DNA in the car? Is that what you're saying?
Right. Yes.
Why would they need to do that when they can just take
Well,
DNA
not
from
to
the
compare it.
victims?
Not to compare it. If they use the DNA on the sheath to get the warrants, without the DNA on the sheath to get the warrant, they got no warrant. Right?
True. Yeah.
So if the DNA on the sheath is no bueno, then the warrant is no bueno. And anything that comes from that warrant is no longer any good either, I thought. And maybe I'm not making sense. That's entirely possible.
No, because it's kind of like a domino effect. If there was no DNA on the sheet, then they couldn't have put it in the probable cause in order to get the arrest warrants, and then arrest him in Pennsylvania, which then would have resulted. But see, there wasn't a warrant for his car, was there? It would just become, once he was arrested, it was on the property. It become evidence.
All right, chat. This is not Love Connection for Big Al. We're talking about the freaking case. Well, I do appreciate y'all's sudden but weird interest in my love life. Let's move on from that shit.
They're just trying to help you out.
They're gonna have a rise out of me, and it worked.
They're gonna have you on the dating game next.
Oh, I'm telling you.
Bachelorette number 1.
We're gonna have 270 different accounts for Big Al on
Tinder. I'm not giving any of you my email. I'm giving you all my bulk email. That's all you get. It's signing me up for that shit. No, my point is when you're going after a warrant and you have a piece of evidence, and all of a sudden that piece of evidence is ruled inadmissible. It's no good. Anything you get from that, any fruits of that warrant's labor, would be no good if you didn't have the basis for the warrant.
Well,
and it wasn't the sheath the basis for the warrant?
Yeah, based off of the DNA that they obtained from the trash can in Pennsylvania when they got his dad's DNA out.
Okay. So they didn't use the DNA off of the sheath to get to the dad's DNA.
They obtained the DNA from the sheath.
And used that to come up with the dad's name and then went to his name.
I'm still trying to figure out how they even come up to Bryan Kohberger to begin
Well,
with.
that's what I would think that they did. They used the DNA from the sheath and did whatever search they had access to, came up with a student list.
Well, see, that's what...
And he was a student.
There was a thing on the Dateline, the last one that came out on Dateline. And they said that what they did is they took the DNA from the sheath. It come out as a single source male DNA profile or whatever. And it I forgot what the thing is that the lady said they put it into, but it came out with a list of names. And it was a very small list, and Bryan Kohberger's name was on there. And I'm assuming that's how they got his name to begin with, which would have been very early on in the investigation.
So, it would make sense to me if his DNA wasn't on file and they got the DNA off the sheath and ran familial DNA against whatever database they had access to and came up with the dad and then looked at the family and said, oh, the dad has a son. Oh, look at that. He goes to school in Eastern Washington. And that's how they got to him. That's what I've been thinking since the beginning.
And it's a possibility because
And that's what I think too. They went against that ancestry or whatever it is,
And I think
And
they've been doing that for a long time. They don't want to tip their hand that they're using
and
that.
they hit back to Mr. Kohberger. And then they went and checked, does he have children or was it him? And then they found out. And then when you add up that the white Elantra from the police officer, they got the tag numbers over there at the Washington State University.
Yeah,
and
'cause he
there's
had
a
just
Bryan
transferred.
Kohberger. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now they got it.
Yeah, now they got the white car. They got a familial DNA match. All they had to do was follow him and get his DNA, and then they had him.
But then they ended up, whenever they got the trash out of the trash can, they got the dad's DNA. And the DNA came back and it said it was 99.9998%. I have to go to the PCA so I can say it exactly how it said it. But they expected that 99.9998% of the male population to be excluded from being that person's biological father. I mean, that may not be verbatim, but...
And that's the DNA they got off the trash can.
Yes, it turned out to be the dad's.
Okay, so
DNA.
what led them to Pennsylvania? What DNA?
I'm thinking off the sheet, and whenever they put that DNA into the database, and it
They
comes
got
back
the
with
dad.
that. No, they came back with Bryan's name.
Well, how did they get that if his DNA wasn't on file?
Why
did they go to Pennsylvania to get Bryan's DNA if they already had it?
Because if he did send in his DNA to a genealogical site, and then they put this DNA off this knife sheet into a database, and they said that it came back with a very small list, and his name was on it. Okay. And it's very.
It'll be interesting to see how it comes out when they're in court.
Because as far as I can remember, all of a sudden they have this person that's been arrested. But I'm going to have to go back and look because I've never seen it come out from the police unless I've just overlooked it somewhere of how they actually came down to Bryan Kohberger. Because Dateline is saying the genealogical thing where they got the small list and Bryan's name was on it. And then they go out to Pennsylvania and get the trash from the neighbors, and it turns out to be his dad's stuff, his dad's DNA. But if they had that early on in the case, why didn't they? And they would have already had his name. Why not just go get some of his trash from Washington?
Agreed.
And
all they'd have to do is follow him for one day, and he's gonna drop something.
Right.
It's just a matter of chain of custody at that point.
Okay, so Betty Jo says, Scarlett, yes, if I'm not mistaken, his dad was arrested when he was 17 for stealing a car.
But back then they were collecting DNA.
Right. Don't dive at saying that your device is not connected. So you'll have to drop down and then... Oh, wait, there it goes. Okay, do you want to leave your camera on? Wait, let me see if she wants to leave it on. Okay, oh, wait, there she is. Okay, how are you?
Hey, how y'all doing tonight?
All right.
I got a question. If you could do this, if not, if it's too much to look up, don't worry about it.
Okay.
The two picture. You know how they had the gas station video of the car, and it was like a picture of it.
Uh-huh.
Do you have the other picture of the other one they also took? There was two of them.
I've only seen one that came from the gas station.
Yeah, there's one of that one, but then there was one from a camera, like a surveillance or somebody's, might have been a ring cam, something like that. There's supposed to be two of them because I seen both of them on another channel today. They had both of them that was taken of the car, because there was something I want to show y'all. Well, I never noticed it before. Never noticed it. And when I zoomed in on their picture they had, I was like, oh my God. I never
Oh,
noticed what was on top of the car.
are you talking about the racks?
The rack? Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
Racks?
Yeah.
Yeah, the rack, the black rack.
Okay. You're talking about a white car that is sitting on Steiner Avenue at a house?
Yeah, because it looks like the same car in that picture, but the picture of the gas station, that's a different car. But if you look at it, it kind of wants to look like a faded rack on that one. If you zoom in on it, it looks like there's a rack on that car, kind
Okay.
of.
All right. I know what you're talking about, but if you go and you look at that address, and I'm not going to bring up the channel, and I'm not bashing the channel or anything like that, but
Uh-huh.
if you go look up that address that was
Uh-huh.
put out for that white car on Steiner Avenue,
Uh-huh.
the white car is not at that address. That is the address that was said where that car is at it's behind that building where that white car is at.
So,
That
okay.
white car, which is a Toyota Prius that has the
Uh-huh.
rack on it, that is a picture from October of 2021 from
Google Earth
Google.
or Google Streets.
Google Streets.
See, that was
You
a
can
good,
tell when you look in the bottom right-hand corner on maps or
Mhm.
streets, it'll tell you when that image was taken.
Yeah,
It's very
and-
I
faint,
did
very
it on
small.
I did it on Google Maps and I did it on Google Earth.
Right, but
Mhm.
it's the date that
It's-
that Google car drove through that neighborhood and took those pictures
yeah.
is in the
Uh-huh.
bottom right-hand corner on every frame on Google Streets.
And the latest one or the newest picture was that picture from October 2021. So that's 2 years ago. So
See, I wonder why it said 2022 on mine on the Google Earth. I didn't go to Google Streets. I went to Google Earth. And you have a choice of 2021, 22, and 2023. And I just clicked on 2022.
okay, and you were on
See if
Google
you can-
Earth.
Yeah, Google
Well,
Earth.
Google Earth, when you zoom down, brings you to streets.
Right. And that's how I found it.
But just because you clicked on 2022 doesn't mean that's when that image was taken.
Well, why would they
Well,
put 2022?
if you're because it's Google, if you click on it, Scarlett, and bring it up and drop the little guy on the street, just look at the bottom right-hand corner, and I bet you it says 2021.
Okay, let me get it pulled up here.
Because mine showed on Google Earth, it showed 3 different years.
Right? No, I understand. I know exactly what you're talking
Okay.
about.
Okay. But it don't show like the date, you know.
It will show the date in the bottom right-hand corner after you click into it. The image that you're looking at has the date on it. It's
But
just really small. And
if
it's
I'm
down in the
looking,
corner.
will it show it on a computer? Because I'm on a
Yes.
phone when I. Oh, okay.
You'd have to zoom in on a phone. Actually, I don't know if you can see that tag on a phone. I'm not sure.
See, I don't think so because I've never saw it on my phone. I don't have a
I know you can't have
computer.
a computer.
Okay, see, I don't have a computer.
Okay, hold on. I'm fixing to bring it up. And I'm on Google Earth.
Okay,
So this is the image.
right.
Okay. It shows 2023 Google down here, but can you see? I don't know if I'm going to be able to script. No, it goes away. Shit. Can you see where my little mouse thingy is right here?
Let's
It
see.
says,
Oh,
if you're on a phone, you probably won't be able to see it, but it says 2021 Google. But where on Google Earth do you go to see what day this picture was taken?
well, what I did is I typed in the address for the
Mhm.
search under the search bar,
Mhm.
and that's when it brought it up, and then it said, God, what else did I type on? I don't think I could do it on this phone.
Okay.
You know,
And I
I'll be
want to
kicked
show real quick. You see where the white car is?
Uh-huh.
The address is 678. It's not 680. 680.
No, I know it's not gonna
is-
be. It's an apartment.
It's back
That's the-
behind this building. Yeah.
So behind that build, can you do the behind that building or no? Can you do that right now? Because I didn't do that.
No, Google doesn't drive onto private property.
See it right here?
Oh shoot.
This is
It's
Okay.
only from streets.
Okay.
So this is the building right here where the white car was at, but the
Uh-huh.
680 is back here behind it. So that white car is not at that address.
So like when you pull up an address on Google Earth, it'll show you pretty much the front of where that address
From the
of-
road.
Yeah,
From
it's
the
only
road.
from the street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't leave the public roadway.
Yeah. And I mean,
Okay.
you can go up and down the street and stuff
I didn't
like
know.
this.
Yeah. See, I did that, but it would never bring me in the back unless I did an aerial.
Mm-hmm.
You know, whatever it is, it's called the satellite aerial part.
They have enough lawsuits just taking pictures of the front of people's houses, which there's a form on Google. If they drive by your house and take a picture, they had a picture of my dad in the front yard with his ass hanging out,
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
really?
and I had to
Wow.
fill out a form. Yeah, he was doing something with the lawnmower in the front yard. He had a plumber crack going, and it was like right there on Google. And I'm like, oh shit! So there's a form you can fill out, and they'll actually blur out the front of your house. But I
Oh,
don't even
okay.
think you need a reason. You can just say, I don't want the front of my house on Google, and boom,
Yeah.
there'll be no arrow to click on in front of your house. It'll just skip from your neighbor to your neighbor and leave you out and blur out your house.
And then I have another question too. On that same channel that I was on, she was talking about how that it was possible that instead of Dylan seeing the guy in the seeing Bryan Kohberger in the house, could it have been outside and she was looking out the window?
Okay.
What you think about that? I mean, I don't know.
If that happened, that would change the entire timeline.
But does it say it in the PCA? Because I don't remember.
No, it don't.
It don't say if it's in or out.
No, it says in the house.
Okay,
It
so
doesn't-
everything, so her whatever affidavit or whatever it is that she gave her statement, she specifically said the officer put in the PCA or Payne put in there that she said that she was in the house the whole time with everything. Cause see, I don't remember that. I don't remember saying inside or outside. I just assumed it was inside, but then it doesn't state either or.
Okay.
It's like I just assumed it was inside, that she heard something and this and that, but what if it would have been outside? You know, her window, because it showed, I think, in her room, the walkthrough of the house. I want to say her bed was up against that window,
Okay, hold on.
and the
real
window's
quick.
the front of the house. Dylan's, I'm talking about,
Yeah.
or
hold on.
DM.
Okay, so can you see the screen? What I have pulled up here?
Oh yeah, I can zoom up on my phone. Okay, yes, I can.
All right. So this is page 4, and it says DM stated that she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated that she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Gonzalez playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which was located on the 3rd floor. A short time later, DM said that she heard who she thought was Gonzalez say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed that this could have been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated that she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 in the morning. So it states in the PCA that she heard what she thought was Kaylee on the 3rd floor in Kaylee's bedroom playing with her dog.
Okay, yeah.
There's nothing in the PCA about Kaylee being outside playing with her dog at 4 o'clock in the morning when it's cold.
Okay.
There's nothing like that. Everything that they state in this PCA about where people were at was inside the house.
So what about when she saw Bryan? She said it was in the house?
Yeah, hold on, let me find that for you.
Where she said she seen him seen him coming out of Xana's room?
Okay, it's right here. I'll highlight it right here.
Okay.
So DM stated that she opened her door for a 3rd time after she heard crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding door. DM blocked herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male, and this leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. So it
Okay.
says nowhere in this PCA about anybody being outside the house.
Right.
Which-
From what you just read, it says inside. Well, I
Right.
wonder, the other channel wasn't reading the PCA?
Probably not verbatim.
Huh.
Yeah, I'll go with Big Al's answer on that.
Probably
Okay.
not verbatim.
Right.
I just learned something really interesting about Google Earth.
Mm-hmm.
They have driven down the road that my parents' house was on in the last 6 months. However, you still don't get a head-on view of the house. They've still blocked the address. It's not blurred any longer because the picture has changed, but you can't stop in front of their house and zoom in on it.
So it's
So once you
completely-
submit an address to Google until you release it,
Mm-hmm.
apparently they can publish images from far away, but not directly on it.
Wow.
But they still have a policy of never leaving the public roadway.
Right.
If they pull into a driveway to turn around, they have to turn off their cameras.
Wow.
I'm sure they've been sued.
Well, Supreme Court's already said anything you can see from public, you can take a picture of.
Right, but from public.
Right.
The minute you
The
pull
roads
into
are
someone's
public.
driveway, you're no longer in public.
You're right. Once you go past that public easement, you're no longer
Right.
in public. The sidewalk is part of public easement.
Sidewalk is public property.
If you see a sign in the road, that's public easement.
Knocking on someone's door, unless they have a no trespassing sign on the edge of their property, it's legal to knock on anyone's door. If there's a no trespassing sign, it's a real gray area on whether or not you're even allowed to knock on someone's door. At
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry
at
about
least in Minnesota.
I'm gonna have to check that for Louisiana. That's interesting because if that's true in Louisiana too, shoot, I'm gonna put me all kind of no trespassing signs. That way, nobody's gonna come to my door. Cause it's crazy out here where we live.
It's crazy all over Louisiana.
Oh, girl,
Well-
we gotta keep a shotgun behind the door. Then I have my 357 in my car. I got another 357 in the house, and then all my husband's other stuff's in the house. It's crazy over here where I'm at. Lord,
You're my kind of lady.
I'm telling you.
I was just about to
honey.
ask her if she had a daughter.
We pack big time nowadays with the way the world is. You got to.
Everybody in Louisiana does.
I put my gun on before my socks.
C says that Bethany see a naked boy run away that night. No, that has never been verified. That was put in an article that was basically just publishing bullshit. I'm trying not to cuss tonight, y'all, but that's all it was.
C
no
is bringing
proof
up
of
the exculpatory evidence again. I have heard that Bethany has this as exculpatory evidence. I have not heard the defense submit it.
Exactly.
And I
like
don't
Betty
know.
Jo
I don't even
said,
know where it came from.
I
Did
don't
they actually
know.
release a statement saying that, or is that just another thing that
And
landed
then
on
they
another
said,
channel?
Bryan, they said the other day on, the video, the last one that came out with him in trial. So the first one, not the second, but the first part, they said he had two witnesses. Who?
Oh,
did-
that was the two witnesses were two experts. One was her name was Jean Saucier, and the other one it was some weird name. Hold on, I wrote them both down because I only thought the Jean Saucier lady was supposed to be an expert witness or whatever. Dr. Amani El Alai. They're the professor of social psychology at Eastern Washington University. And this Jean Saucier lady is an expert from TrueScope Incorporated. They were basically there to testify about the media, and I think because I still haven't watched the second motion hearing that happened that afternoon. I only watched the one that morning.
Yeah.
But allegedly, they were both there to testify before the court about how the media can possibly hurt the trial and all this and that because they're trying to keep the gag order in place and they're also trying to keep cameras out of the courtroom. So that's what them two ladies were there for.
How are you an expert on that?
Well, yeah, really.
I mean,
Oh, like the media and stuff like that?
yeah.
I don't know. But the what oh shit, what is her first name? Her last name is Olson. She's the attorney for the Media Coalition group, and she was just like, respectfully, she does not seem like she's an expert. I forgot which one she was talking about. Well, she actually brought both of them up, but she said that one was testifying to something but wasn't an expert in it, and the other lady actually had no expertise in it at all. If you go back and you read like her last 5 journals, they have nothing to do with that subject that they were supposed to be there testifying about. So she literally like brought all of this up.
Well,
So
that don't make. I mean, I don't know why they want to. What kind of? How is that going to help them?
I
How would that
guess
help the defense?
because the defense wants the gag order to stay in place, and they also don't want cameras in the courtroom. So,
Well, it's kind of late for that. I mean, for the media and stuff, it's kind of late for that.
right. Well,
You
I
know,
mean, if they want Bryan to have a fair trial, and they're, you know, they're claiming that they're not hiding anything, they're making sure that they're wanting to do this so he'll get a fair trial. We'll stick a camera in the courtroom and give us the visual and the audio of it, and let the public see
right,
that it's a fair trial. Because if everything that is put out is the truth, the media, when they go and they report on what happened at the trial, they're going to report on what they've seen
right.
in the video. So the truth is not going to hurt his case. It's not going to
No,
jeopardize
Well, if
it.
you want
And
it to be fair, here's fair. You keep the gag order in place until the jury's seated. When the trial starts, turn on the frickin' cameras.
right.
And you sequester the jury, and then there's no question. The media can't influence anything.
all right,
Exactly.
and as far as the witnesses, because they even brought up the witness thing. Well, if there's a camera in the courtroom and it's being live streamed or whatever, then the witnesses, they can watch it before they get on the stand and they can hear what other witnesses have said. Well, that's whenever you tell the witnesses,
Yep, you're not
okay,
allowed to watch the trial.
exactly. Same thing they did with Lori Vallow. Whenever you get up there, that's the first thing that the judge asks you when you get on the stand and after you're sworn in. Have you watched or read anything that has to do with this trial? And if you have, you're no longer a witness. Or you get, like, they basically grill you for it and ask you why you did it when you weren't supposed to and all this and that. And then if you say no, then you go on and they ask you the questions that they're going to ask you.
But I mean, how is that? I don't understand because say if they move it to Boise, okay?
Mhm.
I know everybody in the whole state of Idaho's heard about all this and all the details, and I'm sure some people may not be on social media, but they have a TV they can watch news. I'm sure if maybe they get the newspaper or they got
Right.
other people, family or friends talking about it. There is no way that they're going to be able to. The only thing I think their option is to tell the jury, look, whatever you've heard or saw about this case, if you can, try your best to just look at the facts, at what the prosecutor's bringing, look at the evidence, just try and keep an open mind about it. But, that's going to be hard. Because, I mean,
Right.
I know that everybody's heard about this case.
Well, they've heard about it, but the reality of it is if this was all over the news there, we'd be playing those news reports.
Yeah,
So it's not
yeah,
all over the
yeah,
TV.
yeah.
It might be in the newspaper, and I'm sure, like you said, the town's talking about it. I mean, let's face it, every small town, that's how it goes.
Yeah, yeah.
But I don't think it's been like in TV media because we'd be talking about those reports.
Right.
We'd be
Right.
seeing them.
Where does the Idaho Statesman? Where does that come from? Which city?
You have to look it up.
Hold on.
That's not Coeur d'Alene?
Coeur d'Alene.
Yeah, Coeur d'Alene. It's not Coeur d'Alene.
Let me see where it's at. Because I know that they won't allow me to read any more of their stuff because I've been used up all my free things.
Okay.
Let's see. It is the follow the latest news and headlines from Boise. So it's from Boise.
Boise. Okay.
Hey, Scarlett, just a tip.
Uh-huh.
If you're using Brave, click the 3 little dots up in the right-hand corner when you run out of your clicks or whatever, and go to new window use Tor, and it'll anonymize your IP address, and you'll be able to use it as much as you want.
Okay.
It just takes a little longer for it to load.
Okay. I'll do that next time. Okay. Thank you, Gina Marie.
Okay, well, I'm going to hop off and just stay in chat and listen.
Keep your powder dry.
Yeah. Y'all have a good night.
All right.
care.
You too. Thanks for coming up.
Y'all take care too. Thanks.
All right. Bye-bye.
Good
Bye-bye.
night.
Good night.
Or good morning.
I'm gonna bounce myself. My thumb is throbbing. I need to go do the elevate thing.
Okay.
So y'all have a good night. Thanks for having me up and not making me type too much.
Oh, you're welcome.
it.
Hopefully your thumb gets to
Yeah,
feeling
it'll
better.
be fine. It'll be fine. It's it's just a cut. There's another cut. One of very many scars. Another story to tell.
All right.
But you guys have a good night.
All right. You too.
I'm looking forward to hearing what comes out about this in the next week or so.
I mean,
hope
it'd
we
be
don't have to wait
nice.
till the 27th for anything, because that would suck.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice if I woke up tomorrow and on the website for the state of Idaho sits the judge's decision on both issues.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
So.
I'll be looking out for a live tomorrow night. Y'all take care.
All right, have a good night.
And make sure y'all click that like button, man. You get 300 people in here, and less than half have clicked that thumbs up.
Yeah, we're at
So
135
support
likes.
the channel. Support the channel. Click the thumb, man. She does a great job, and so does Troll, and they deserve those thumbs up. They're cheap. Actually, they're free.
Right.
So even if you're cheap, click the thumb.
It's a free way to support the channel.
There you go. All right, guys. Good night.
All right, have a good night.
Good night, Big Al.
Okay, wait. I just seen also my baby duty tonight. He's awake. Great chat. Okay, Mar, have a good night. Okay, I'm gonna finish this article real quick so I can get it off of my screen. I don't think I have much left of it, and then we can discuss it. And I'm gonna throw the link out as soon as I get. Well, I'll go ahead and do it now. Let me do that now, and then that way, if anybody wants to grab the link, you're more than welcome to. But I won't be able to see you until I'm done reading this. So if you do come up, just sit backstage until I'm done, and then I'll pull you up. Okay, thank you, Glowbug. Okay, let me see where I stopped off at. Okay. All right, so it says in the rest of this article, a distant cousin who has opted into the system can help investigators building a family tree from crime scene DNA to triangulate and identify a potential perpetrator of a crime. And one of the best known uses of genealogy in solving a cold case, detectives in 2018 were able to arrest a suspect in a string of R's and murders years before in California that had been attributed to the so-called Golden State Killer. Once a suspect is identified, a direct genetic comparison can be used as confirmation before making an arrest. With few formal regulations, the use of mass genealogy databases has raised concerns about privacy and whether limits should be placed on how the method is used. But authorities across the country say that they have found the potential in the system to produce leads that are unattainable through traditional investigative efforts. Barbara Ray Venter, a genealogy consultant who worked on the Golden State Killer's case, said that there was now growing interest in using genealogical DNA, not just in cold cases, but also in active crime investigations. That is why the Idaho case is so interesting, she said. To do the genealogical analysis, the Idaho State Police contracted with a private company, Orthram in Texas, which had a lab able to produce more extensive DNA profile from the knife sheath than the state lab was set up to examine. So FBI personnel worked with the profile that Orthram had produced, according to two people familiar with the investigation, spending days building out a family tree that began with a distant relative. By the morning of December the 19th, a records show investigators had a name, Bryan Kohberger. He had a white Elantra. He was a student at the university 8 miles from the murder scene. So they're saying on December the 19th is when they had his name. I need to write that down because I'll be done forgot that date. Hold on 1 second. Okay. So Mr. Kohberger was already out of town, his semester complete. He had driven home with his father to Pennsylvania, stopped twice by the police along the way for what officer says was tailgating. Just as agents began to scour his background more thoroughly, he had been terminated from his position as a teaching assistant after what was described as altercations with the professor. Has anybody seen where it has been proven 100% that Bryan was let go as a teacher's assistant? Because I've heard that there was a certain person on social media that had came out with that letter saying that he was fired. But I haven't seen anything other than that or no, 100% proof. Okay, so Freya says no, Astro says no. I haven't either. So I'm wondering how true that is. Okay. So December the 23rd, investigators sought and received Mr. Kohberger's cell phone records. The results added more to their suspicions. His phone was moving around in the early morning hours of November the 13th, but was disconnected from cell networks, perhaps turned off in the 2 hours around when the killings occurred. 4 days later, agents in Pennsylvania managed to retrieve some trash from Mr. Kohberger's family residence, sending the material to the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab. Checking it against their original DNA profile, the lab was able to reach a game-changing conclusion. The DNA in the trash belonged to a close relative of whoever had left the DNA on that knife sheath. Mr. Kohberger was arrested on December the 30th, and we have an individual in custody who committed these horrible crimes, and I do believe that our community is safe, the police chief, Mr. Fry, announced, but we still need to do need to be vigilant. Okay, so let me get this off of my screen now and get back over here. All right, so Riddler, what you think about all that?
Well, from Washington State, they just said that Bryan BK is no longer enrolled at the school and is no longer a teacher assistant. Didn't say he was fired, didn't say he resigned. They just say he's no longer there.
Because I think that came out, what you're talking about, I believe that came out after he was arrested.
Exactly.
Allegedly, there was a letter that was supposed to be from Washington State University letting him know that he had been fired before he was arrested, like in his route from Washington State to Pennsylvania. He allegedly got this letter. And
well, that's going to take some research on the internet to find that.
Right, because I've heard a name, and I believe this lady is mostly on TikTok, that they're saying put it out. But I haven't even seen if that's 100% true, that this lady faked this whole letter firing him and all this and that.
Well, I just think he's in a I'll be nice, a world of doo-doo right now. I don't see how he gets out. I mean, I want him to get a fair trial, and because the state is so confident that they're not offering a plea deal.
Yeah, and let's see, how many days do we have left until they have to announce if they're going to go for the death penalty? Hold on, I've got it. I've got the countdown on the calendar. Just got to find it. Was today the 12th now? June 12th? So 21 more days? No, 39 more days. So 39 more days before the time will be up to let Bryan know if they're going to pursue the death penalty or not.
And then in my state, he doesn't have to respond until before the jury makes a decision. Once the jury makes a decision, he can't say, okay, I'll go ahead and take normally they'll sit here and wait until the jury is called to go to deliberate, and he can kind of tell this trial went against me.
Mm-hmm.
It's not what I was picturing.
Right.
And he'll just go and tell his lawyer, let's go ahead and plea.
Possibility. C, thank you so much for that super chat. And C says, but were there other DNA matches at the scene? How many more DNA samples were found? Let's just be sure before we execute Kohberger. Honestly, C, we don't know of any other ones, because the only one that they have came out with, and that was only because it was in the PCA, was the DNA found on the knife sheath. If they found any other, they haven't put it out to the public yet.
And once again, the reason I'm so confident, the FBI is there.
Yeah.
And this is where the information is getting to the prosecution. It's from the FBI. Now, the only thing I could say in Kohberger's defense is maybe he knows who did it. That's a possibility. He knows who did it, and they're squeezing him. Says, well, you're going to take the heat for it till you come up with names. And that's a far-fetched possibility.
Go ahead. I'm trying to type something, and my keyboard is wonky tonight.
Well, if Dylan was calling people between 4 and 4:25 or 4:20?
4:25, between 4 and 4:25 is what it says that they believe, just from the forensic download of their phone. They think that the murders happened between those two times. And I mean, the logical thing that only thing I can think of that would make them think that, and by them saying that the forensic download of Dylan and Bethany's phone, is that there had to be some type of activity between the two, or maybe with other people, but there had to be some type of activity on both of their phones that had something to do with what they were hearing in the house or something.
So if Dylan's calling, I don't know if she called everybody. I wouldn't know. But it looks like Zaina would have answered her phone, because at 4:17 she's with TikTok, right?
4:12. 4:17 is when they're saying that the camera that was 50 feet away from Xana's room had picked up the sounds.
Okay. So 4:12.
Right.
Well, she might have called her after that. I mean, it don't take but a minute to call each one.
Right. But let me think of where I heard this at. Christy Gonzalez, Kaylee's mom. And I got to remember where I heard this at. But she says that there was, whenever they had looked at Kaylee's phone records, and this isn't coming straight from her, this is coming from someone who is saying that she told them this, that there was no phone calls to Kaylee's phone from Dylan that morning.
So are they claiming that she made the phone calls after she was in this frozen shock or before?
From what I'm understanding, it was, I believe, after she was, but I don't remember who actually put that out. I don't think the law enforcement put that out about her calling. I think that might have been something that had gotten started, a rumor that had gotten started. But like I said, this other person who talked to Mrs. Gonsalves, they're saying that she told them that there was no phone calls from Dylan to Kaylee's phone that morning. So if Dylan did call any of them, it wasn't Kaylee. It might have been Xana, Ethan, or Maddie. But as
Do we know she called Bethany?
no. But there had to be something just based off of the PCA.
So you got a guy in the house wearing a black mask. You got a guy in the house. She can hear somebody crying. She can hear somebody saying there's somebody in this house. He walks out the door, but yet you can still call your friends and your roommates and nobody's answering. I mean, does she think there's a prank on her? And all of a sudden, why wouldn't you call 911? Just have a police officer come over
I would
and look at the house and say, look, maybe I'm having a nightmare and I'm in a bad dream, but somebody was walking through this house. I heard somebody crying over here, and I heard somebody over here say there's somebody in the house, and I saw a man in the house with a mask on. I'm scared to death.
Right. I mean, it's better to be safe than sorry.
That would have been my 911 call.
Right. I mean, yeah, and if it would have been them playing a prank on her, let's just say if it would have turned out to be that and not the murders. I mean, is it, like I said, is it better to be safe than sorry? And she could, if they would have said anything to her, she'd been like, okay, look, this is how it was. I seen a guy in my house at 4 something in the morning with a mask on. Don't know who he is. I'm hearing weird noises. What the hell am I supposed to think?
And then what is it? 5 hours later, she's calling friends or called a friend.
Allegedly, according to one of the U of I students, they woke up that morning. They had to be at work at a certain time, and whenever they woke up, there was already Snapchat group chats going on with people in them talking about it. I still don't know if I believe that or not, just because there's like, where's the screenshots to prove it? If you're gonna just, like me and Big Al was talking about the other night, people get screenshot happy here lately. And if you're having a conversation about something like this and you want to prove that you knew about it before the 911 calls happen, and people are saying that you're lying, you're going to produce a screenshot to say, see, here's the time, here's the date, this is what was being said about it, but way before 911 ever was called. But I don't know. There's been no screenshots come out to prove it.
Do we know if students actually from both campuses knew that there were people in there deceased before the 911 call happened? I've seen them on different channels where they say, oh, students at Washington State already knew what happened in that house before the 911 call came out.
The only thing that has been put out by law enforcement, that is, I believe Chief Fry is the one that came out and said that, this may not be verbatim his words, but he said that that there was kids summoned to the house prior to the 911 call being made. I don't remember if he said there was kids summoned right before the 911 call had been made, or if he specified a time, but he did say that. But other than that comment, there is no proof that I have seen that there was kids that knew about it at 8:30, 9:30, 10:30 in the morning. We don't know that. If that camera on that house picked up that car going up to those apartments, the 500 Queen Road apartments, which is next door to the girl's house, then that same camera should pick up people going to that house before the 911 call was made. And none of that information has been put out yet, other than just there was some kids summoned.
And we still haven't seen a list of witnesses, have we?
No. The only thing that we know as far as witnesses, I'm pretty sure Dylan and Bethany will be a witness. Hey, K-Bird, how are you? And then the other day, Friday, whenever Mr. Gray was up speaking to the judge said that uh, he said it was either him or Gray one had said that the Gonzalez family are going to be potential witnesses. But that's not even saying 100% that they're going to be witnesses. It could turn out that they don't put them on the stand. So,
And the 911 call came from somebody's phone.
it came from one of the surviving roommates' phones. They never said which one, Dylan or Bethany. They don't say who it is that called the 911. It just does say that it was made from inside the house from one of the surviving roommates' cell phones. Because, the whole rumor was going around about them running outside and passing out and somebody walking by the house, seeing them out in the yard, and they got their phone and called 911 and all this and that. So I guess that was the only way maybe that they could put it out there to clear that up, is that the 911 call was made from inside of the house from one of the surviving roommate cell phones.
Because I was watching again where the chief, I believe he's the chief, is talking with the reporters, and they're asking, was there anybody else in the house besides the occupants? The 4 deceased and the 2 survivors. He says, yes, there was others. I can't tell you how many, but there were others. And then they try to trap him on the 911 call. He says, no, I told you the 911 call was made from one of the phones that belonged at the house, but I didn't tell you who made the call.
Right. Yeah, they still to this day have not put out. Now, there was a source that came out and said, and we don't know if this is true or not, that Ethan's best friend is the one who came over to the house, found him, checked the pulse, and then he was the one that called 911. But if I'm not mistaken, it does say in one of the press releases from Moscow Police Department that the 911 dispatcher talked to multiple people in the house on the call. But it was never said who it was that initially made the phone call.
Can you imagine being the first officer on the scene?
Oh my God. It's probably something they've never seen before.
Yeah, well, like in that town. Here, yeah, where I live. Yeah, they see those kind of things. There, no.
Right. Yeah, because the last murder was what, 2015?
And that could have been a crime of passion. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, I don't think it was ever put out what type of like what happened. Sally Mae, no, there's no documentation saying that there's a cover up or anything like that. Okay, if there's a cover up, there's going to be no documentation. Yeah, there's nothing. But I mean, if they want to prove that he's getting, that it's going to be a fair trial and there's nothing to hide, then why not put a camera in the courtroom? Because what is the harm that's going to be done? Yeah, and I mean, I'm pretty sure Ethan had a lot of friends, but a lot of people were speculating that the best friend would have been Hunter Johnson that found him.
I'm just wondering if that. I haven't seen the parking lot or anything, but do you know how big it is when I see how it is here in my city when Fox, ABC, CNN, NBC, they all show up and they got these big long trucks and then they got a semi and here comes their team in.
Right.
And, now where's the jury going to park and where's everybody else going to park? Where are they even going to park? The news media.
Well, whenever they did the arraignment, they actually sent a map out on one of the court documents, and in front of the courthouse on the sidewalk, the media could stage. Then they had parking for everybody. They showed where other people could park. the news stations trucks, like the satellite trucks and all that, they had to park in a parking lot that was right down from the courthouse, and then they had uh, other, I want to say other media parking. It was, but they had it all outlined. They sent the map out so everybody could see where they could park and couldn't park and all that.
Well, I would still like to see one camera in there and everybody feed off of it.
Yeah, because I mean, if just think of the rumors that could get squashed just by watching the trial and hearing the actual evidence. A lot of this stuff that has been put out, because we still don't know if this WSU Kim lady is telling the truth. We don't know if Dave is telling the truth. Uh, Other people who claim that they have talked to people from the area, we don't know if they're telling the truth. So let the public listen to it and watch it, hear the evidence, and then we can see everything that has been said and all these people putting out. We would be able to see if it was the truth or not.
Yeah, I was just reading what Justice Alito said. He was Supreme Court and how he's against cameras in the courtroom. And I don't know, there's that part where you say, well, if they're not good enough to put, nobody complains about cameras being in a federal court because you can't have them in a federal court. Why
Right.
should the state have to share the burden of putting cameras in our courts?
Yeah, I know a lot of people are against them and don't want it, and some people do. Me personally, I hope they do. Just because there's a lot of channels out there that has put out some crazy, ridiculous rumors, or they start talking about something and they want to throw a certain throw out something a certain way to get people. I'm trying to think of how to say this. Um, they will try to take what is put in the court documents and make the court documents say something that they don't say. I'll just leave it at that.
Well, I've already seen it.
And
That's why I had you to refresh my memory on did each victim what caused their death, and you did that 2 nights ago.
Yeah,
There's
'cause
somebody else who has rewritten the PCA to put what they want in there, and now they're showing it on the screen. I said that's not in the original PCA. I had to
no,
go pull. By the time I go do that, the guy's already finished with whatever he's doing. He's off
right.
the air. But
And
that's
I
just
mean,
that's
I'll
one of
pull
them
it up.
jokers.
I will pull it up right now and show, and I will even drop the link in the chat of where it is that I go to read every single one of these documents. And this is every time if somebody asks something about it in the affidavit, this is exactly where I go to. Here's the website. Anybody can go to it. I check it multiple times a day just because they can release and put the documents on here at any time. And then there's the affidavit right there. And it's the whole 18 pages. It's a statement of Brett Payne. Anybody can go there anytime they're watching something of somebody who's pulling up a document or the PCA or anything like that. And you can go straight to that website and you can see it word for word if what they're reading is actually what is in the PCA. And King Scarlet, you're very welcome. Because I watched it where somebody took the PCA and twisted what it said and tried to make people believe that it was saying something that it wasn't.
And see, I saw somebody go on a site similar to that and pull up the witness notification to witnesses, notification to victims. Do you have that on that site?
A notification to victims?
To the victims, yep. And
Hold
I'll
on.
explain that in a minute.
and I'll bring it up. Y'all can look at it while I'm scrolling through it. Okay, so it's called a notification to witnesses or victims?
No, victims. Notification to victims.
Okay. Let's see. And sometimes I have to go through the list 2 or 3 times to make sure that I haven't. And this is for Bryan Kohberger. Y'all can see it right here. But let's see if there's anything. A notification to victims.
See, I couldn't find it, but another channel's reporting they've got the notification to victims. I'm wondering, how can they have that when it's not on this list here? And I'm using the same screen you're using when I do my research.
But what is a notification? A notification to victims? What is that?
That lets them know that there has been an arrest, and we have the guy. He's it'll tell you who they got locked up and what the details are. No bond, or if he's been bonded out. Every victim, evidently Bethany and Dylan would be victims.
Okay, so sort of like a thing like they do with like on VineLink, where you can go in if you're searching for somebody, and then you can put in there to send you like a text message or an email letting you know if that person has been let out of jail or anything like that. Is that what it's sort of like?
Right. Well, here in my state, they send one out to all the victims and let them know that we have he has pleaded guilty before trial. He's in custody. He's been released on bond. If we can be of further service, call us at this number.
And they're saying that they got it off of this website.
Yes, but when I went on there, I could not find it. But that's not the bigger part of it. I'll tell you the bigger part in a minute.
Okay. I've never seen it. Let's see. I'm going through it. I mean, we're already on May the 19th.
No, this would have to be back in December.
Okay.
Whenever he was arrested, they have here they get it to you like within a week or 2.
Okay. Well, this starts December the 29th. So, criminal complaint, invocation. What is this? Revoke his rights. Okay, no, that's him revoking his rights to remain silent. Order appointing public defender. Limited notice of appearance. Motion to preserve crime scene and evidence. Order to preserve the crime scene and evidence. Defendant arrested in foreign jurisdiction. Let's pull that up. And this is just saying, certify that I am the custodian of the warrant of the arrest for the person of the above named defendant. Let's see. I've been informed by a foreign state law enforcement agency that said defendant has been arrested in the state of Pennsylvania on the warrant herein. Attached is the notice of the copy of the law enforcement advisory teletype from which I certify the defendant was arrested 12/30/2022, Monroe County, state of Pennsylvania. I don't see. I don't see anything about Dylan or Bethany, though, even on this, to say that they need to let them know that he's been arrested. Sally Mae, I don't know. I don't know where they're at.
And once again, I do not know Idaho's law. I don't know everything in my own state's law, but I do know everybody who has been a victim of a crime gets a letter from the state attorney's office explaining the situation. We've made an arrest, and then they'll say he either plead or there's no bond. There's a huge bond. It's about a 3 or 4 sentence thing.
Mm-hmm. I've never seen that on here. Hey, Vapor, how are you? There's everything on here about the the non-dissemination order. Hey Denise, how are you?
And I'm sure, see, when the person that was the creator of the channel was given their report, they said, "This is something I overlooked from the very beginning, but I found something appalling. It shows the parents receiving the victim's notification, and it shows Dylan receiving it, but it didn't show Bethany receiving it. And it shows who all they mailed them out to." And they go, "We found that," and that was cut. See how clever some of these channels are.
Oh
It came
yeah.
out about the same time that the defense wanted to interview her.
Okay, yeah, I've never seen that. And, I mean, I can go back later on.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll see if I can go and find that channel, and I'll email that to you, and I'll get you the timestamp or the time
Okay.
mark where this person said that, and they bring it up on the screen.
Okay.
And that'll be the easiest way to.
Yeah, that way I can see it, because like I said, I have went, even when they did the huge document dump with all of the order to seal and redact with all these different companies or whatever, I went through every single one of these, and I don't remember seeing that anywhere. And if it was through an actual legal document through the state of Idaho regarding this case, they would have put it on this website, just like they do everything else.
Now, when they searched his BK's apartment, didn't they find a knife?
Mm,
A 40 S&W pistol.
that was, the pistol was found at in the search warrant in the search in Pennsylvania. There was, okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to find the one in Pennsylvania real quick, so I can go back over it to show exactly what it was that they found. Let me see. I gotta find the one for Pennsylvania. This one's it. Okay. I need cases of interest. Some states have it like super easy where you can go and find their cases of interest. And then other states have it where it takes like pulling teeth to go find the cases of interest. All right, let me see if I can find what it was that they found. Okay, this is it right here. I'll pull it up because there was a couple of different knives that they found. Zooming in where everybody can see it. The writing is very horrible. So number one, this is from the house, from his parents' house. They found a knife. What doesn't make sense is that this knife, all they write is knife, but there's a Smith & Wesson pocket knife that they put like the name of it in the description. And then there was another one that, and I can't remember what company it was for, but I'll whenever I get to it, I'll put it out there. But they gave those like the names of them, but that top one they didn't put. And I'm not saying that it's the knife that committed the crime, but it's just weird how they didn't put any type of description. I think one was a cutlery knife or something like that. Okay. Hold on, let me answer a text back real quick. All right, then they have a book with underlining on page 118. There is some people that has put it out on Twitter. I'm sure y'all have all seen the picture that's been put out where Bryan goes to the book reading for the Handmaid's Tale or something like that. He's like sitting front row, center seat. And then somebody had went to this book and looked on page 118, and there was like a certain spot in there that was a very disgusting part of that page and underlined it and put it out on Twitter to think maybe that could have been the book, because they don't say what book it is or whatever. Let's see. Then there was an AT&T bill for Bryan Kohberger, a Glock 22 Gen 5 40 cal with the serial number. There was a Smith & Wesson pocket knife, a folder containing vehicle paperwork, and y'all, some of this is like horrible handwriting. I can't read it. An Acer laptop, a green leafy substance in a green container. Then there was a document, a green leafy substance in a plastic bag. Is weed legal in Pennsylvania? Does anybody know? Hey, Kelly, how are you? Okay, so wait. The information you're looking for with the victim's rights notification is under case summary on the Idaho government page. It's right above affidavit. Okay, hold on. So let me go to the case summary and look on here real quick at what Riddler was talking about. Okay, Riddler, I'm going to pull that back up in just a second. I'm going to pull this up to see who said that. Kelly, I'm going to pull this up real quick. Tell me if this is what you're talking about. And I'll zoom it in for y'all. Because it does have all of his charges. The 4 first-degree murder charges and the burglary charge. Also, there are 3 different versions of the affidavit, Payne's Blaker and one filed in Pennsylvania. Okay, it's in here. But none of the stuff you can click on this page. All right, so victims' rights notification form. So that's
Bingo.
what you're. Okay,
That's
so that
it.
was January the 3rd. Victims' rights notification form. Okay. So why is it not? It's not on the main page though. And usually everything on that case. Oh wait, I clicked on the wrong thing. On the case summary is on there, but that's not. But I see where it says for DM. But I wonder why there's not one for Dylan. I mean, for Bethany. Armageddon, yeah. Everybody's opinion here is welcome. Whether you agree that he is guilty or he is innocent, as long as you're, being respectful. Okay, so there's a no contact order for DM. No contact order for JK and JK. No contact order, which we did go over these, I believe. For BM and KC. And then this would have been Christy Gonzalez, Aubrey.
Well, you got another victim's right notification form on 1/6/23.
Okay, so KL and SL. Oh God, and I had to think of everybody's initials. Who would KL be? Oh, that's gonna be. What was Maddie's stepdad? You know what? I think I remember seeing these now. And then they took them back down. Because I remember going through and having to look, like, in all, me and some other mods, and figuring out everybody's initials. So I do remember going through these now. The no contact orders. But I don't remember. Only person I can think of the KL and SL would have been Maddie's mom and stepdad. See, I was just trying to be logical. No, Armageddon, you're fine. Okay, is that the only Shudo victims' rights notification form that you see on here? Oh, no, here's some more. No, there's one for Bethany. No, wait. That would be BF. So BM. I haven't seen a BM, have you? I mean a BF.
It could have BMB.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure the HC and the HC would be.
Well, anyway, this channel shows that there was no victim's right notification form for a BF. They went through the thing, and I didn't know how certain that case summary was, how accurate it was.
See, usually everything that they put, whenever they put the linked documents, they always put it on the case summary too. I do remember seeing them now. It with all the initials, but they have went back and taken all of that off.
And I just hope it's an error, typing error, something. Because I certainly don't want to blame the two girls that were the two survivors. I do not want to blame them at all for this.
And see, here's all of like the Apple, AT&T, all of that was in the big, huge document dump, all of these. So everything that goes as far as the linked documents, they always put it on the case summary. That's how you always know, because they'll put that on here like a day or so ahead of time. You can always go to the case summary and see if there's something they're going to be putting as a link. Boomer Girl, how are you? Okay. All right, so I do remember seeing those now that I see all of the, like I said, the initials.
Now, will it let you open it?
No, you can't open from the case summary. You can't open anything.
She was opening them. This lady on the this other channel, she clicked on them and opened them, read it all the way down.
See, it is not. I wonder why. Here,
They might have stopped it after she did that.
I remember though, because it was brought up, and see, it won't. Affidavit's the first one. And if you go, what was it? One of them was like the 3rd, January the 3rd, and then January the 6th. And see, they're not on here. So they might have been on here, and then they took them back off. Because I do remember seeing them.
And see, it's things like that that gives us, the public, speculations. You get in trouble when you speculate. But when they do things like this, and then at the same time, the defense is coming out saying she's got information and we want to summons her. Wow.
Yeah. But I'm like you, though. Hopefully it's just a clerical error that they don't have Bethany on there. Because, I mean, unless they're putting that just for Dylan because she's the one who saw him. But I don't know how that would be. I mean, it would be different because Bethany didn't see him, but she was still in the house. So, therefore, it kind of wouldn't be different. You know what I mean? She would have still been considered a victim because she was in the house when this happened. What is his alibi? Is my question. I'd like to know what his alibi is too, if he's going to use one. Hey, Sima, how are you? Also, Bethany does not have to talk to the defense lawyer because there was no grand jury. Betty Jo, I have wondered about that. They just never have came out and said, yes, she had to, or she did, or, before the grand jury or even after.
And see, you would think someone like Bainfield would report on that. Her and Nancy Grace would report on that.
Yeah, but
they don't.
No, some of them are more worried about sources and what the sources give.
Well, they're all worried about ratings.
That too.
It's showtime.
Right. It's on the screen. Wait, what, Sima? Sima, where do you see that at? I see, I don't think she did, because if she did, it would be brought up and less than his alibi. My phone was in airplane mode and I was meditating on a parking lot in Moscow. I'm trying to see. Oh, okay. I don't know what they're talking about in chat. Okay, let me pull up the other thing now that I was showing where you were asking about the knobs. Let me pull that back up. So let's see, there's 2 knobs so far. There was white paper with a password. And
So
did anybody... I'm sorry, go ahead.
There's 2 knives and 1 pistol, right?
So far, yeah. But I think there's another knife or 2 that's on this list. But there's only 1 gun, though. And there's a couple of clips. I think 3. Well, yeah, right here. 3 Glock 40 caliber magazines empty.
Right.
Okay, so Betty just says there's 3 knives. I just got to find the other one. Let's see. There was the black face mask. There was looks like it's his prescription. Black gloves, 1 black hat, 1 black mask. Let's see. There was a personal identifying documents, New Balance shoes, dark colored jacket. And this person's handwriting is like super bad. Those are just clothes with their naming in there.
I can't believe that wasn't turned in typed.
I mean, I could understand, like...
I could see the rough draft.
Right. But then go back and type it up and include a clean document that has been typed along with it. And that way there's no mistakes whenever you're talking about it, you're going to court with it or anything like that. I mean, it's like his dad signed it down here. And even when Bryan signed his name, which Bryan, I think when he signed his, he was probably in handcuffs, but okay, let me see. I know there is another knife on here. There's a 10 cards or ID cards, inside glove, inside of a box. I know that there is another knife though, because I remember it being some type of cutlery knife. See if I can find it, but I think it's only 2. Taylor cutlery knife with leather sheath was the 3rd one. So there was the knife on number 1, then the Smith & Wesson knife, and then the Taylor cutlery knife. It's just weird, like how they just say knife on that one. Like I said, it may not be anything to it. It just might have been, like some knives that they have don't even have a brand on them or whatever. Let's see. Wonder if black face mask is full mask or like the black COVID mask. I don't know, don't die, but there was a lot of face masks that they had found also, and they all seem to be black. Who is officially stating the car involved is a Prius? Who said that? I'm curious. Armageddon, it was another YouTube channel. I don't think she was necessarily saying that the Prius was involved. And I didn't listen to the whole thing. I just kind of caught part of it. But I believe what she was trying to say was that the Prius may be the car that was seen on the camera footage from the gas station. That was, the lady, when she was working one night, she decided, yeah, it's a YouTube channel. That she was going to like look through the gas station's surveillance footage, and then she saw that white car on the morning of the 13th. Hey, Jody, it's cool. How are you? I don't know if it's a Prius. I don't know if it's an Elantra. I don't know if it's a Nissan Sentra. The footage, like I said earlier, it's a cell phone taking a picture of a computer screen of this car on surveillance footage. So it's not the best. And no, they didn't just come out and say this is a fact. But like I said, I don't know if it is or not. I just know that the picture that was pulled up of this white Prius is from 2021. I'm going to be screwed when I need to get up in 4 hours. Oh, Vapor, if you need to go for the night, that's fine. Okay, just COVID mask wasn't his dad. Yes, Boomer Girl. I wouldn't say his mom. I know his dad was. Was his mom and his sister, were they both wearing black ones as well? Because I even thought about that. That maybe that's the type of mask that it was, and that they just, because all I wore was black ones whenever I had to wear them. It's just easier to get all black because black goes with anything, and maybe that's what they did, and maybe that's the only color they had. And I kind of thought about that, but then again, it could have been a different kind.
Well, vid crisis, black glove and black mask was the only one I could get at the time, so I took whatever I could find.
Right.
And then they started limiting that to restaurants and and hospitals.
Yeah. I fell asleep at 6 p.m. watching something. I woke up at 30 minutes ago. Now I'm wide awake. I don't, Summer, I'm like you. I don't know what the sleep thing is that people are always talking about, but it'd be nice to get some, honestly. Okay, the Nissan Sentra is almost to the T identical to the photo on the gas station shot. Yeah, and there's probably a couple of cars that are similar. There's honestly, I don't think anybody would be able to come out and say 100% that car on that gas station footage is a certain type of car. I really don't. It's just it's too grainy on top of being taken. The picture being taken with a cell phone of a computer screen. Like if I can take my cell phone, put it up to my computer screen or even my TV, and it's going to have lines all through it on the picture. Let's see. King Scarlet says I have the opposite problem. I can't. King Scarlet, that's not a problem. I wish I could sleep. My problem is I go to sleep sometimes and then I get woke up and then I can't go back to sleep. All right, and let's see. I did see also, and I don't remember exactly where it was, when he went to work for the Pleasant Valley School District, and he was the security guard or whatever, that they had issued him a size 13 boot. And I remember we were talking about that before. Where was people getting that he wore a size 13 shoe? And that's where it was from. That they had issued him
Did
that
it say
size
what
boot.
kind of? Did it say who the manufacturer of the boot was?
No, just that it was, and I don't remember exactly where I seen it at. I remember seeing that like a while back, and I don't think I have that saved on. I still have a lot of stuff on my old computer. That's my problem. Instead of it being on my new one. Let me see if I've got it. What is this? It don't say. No, that ain't it. It doesn't say what brand it is or anything like that. It just says a size 13. Let's see here. I don't think I have it on this computer. No, I don't. Shit. I'll have to see if I can find it. But it talks about they like the shirt. They issued him a jacket, pants that were size whatever, boots and stuff like that. See, isn't on the list of items. Yeah, Freya, it just says boots or whatever, but I don't think it ever said. Let me go back to the other things that they have for. Now I gotta go back to it. I think this is it. Gen E4 has a size 13 Nike shoe. Okay, let me. Oh, wait, almost. Maybe it did say that. But I remember a size 13 boot being mentioned too. But give me just a second. Let me find it. Well, I need cases of interest. Where the hell's Kohberger at? Right here. Okay. I think this is going to be it. No, that was the first one. Okay. Okay, it was when he was arrested, right? This is for his car. So this isn't going to be it either. Blatant print shows the direction of traffic to or from the area the print is in. The one print signifies a cleanup. And that one print has aggravated the crap out of me from the jump. Like, I get that they probably did it just to prove what Dylan's story was. But why not put that they found more prints going to the back door and out the back door? Okay, C says, do y'all think that BK will testify? Is Ann Taylor confident in him? See, my opinion is, I think that if they allowed him to get up there and testify, I think he would. But I think that Ann Taylor and him are being like, no, you probably don't need to testify. But I think he wants to get up there and tell his story his way.
I think he's not going to go up there unless he absolutely has to. That the case has been so, the scales are tilted so far in favor of the prosecution, he's going to say, what do we got to lose?
Okay, so this is the stuff right here that he had on when he was arrested. They found the one, is it a Defiant silver flashlight, I believe is the name of it, 4 medical style gloves, a white Arizona t-shirt, white Arizona Jean Company large t-shirt, the Champion WSU Cougar large black sweatshirt, a pair of black and white size 13 Nike shoes. So there it is there as well. See a pair of black Under Armour socks, black Under Armour shorts, black Under Armour boxers, and 1 buckle swap.
I'm surprised they didn't find Lysol and Clorox and everything else.
Right. Because it was said that he was cleaning his car with bleach.
Because I mean, even in his own room, if you're one of those fanatics, you're going to, be wipes.
Mm-hmm. Right. I think by the time that it comes to him deciding that it will be a non-issue due to the fact that one side will have already proven what they needed. Let's see, a plea deal to spare him the death penalty. See, if they were to offer him a plea, I think it's going to be, he would have to confess to everything. Hey, Delene, how are you? He would, they could offer it to him possibly and be like, you got to get up there and you got to confess to everything. You got to tell us why. Hey, Nat Cat, how are you? You got to tell us why this house, why these people, where's the weapon. You got to 100%. You got to lay it all out on the table, and then we'll take the death penalty off. But I just don't see him. I don't see him admitting to guilt, but I could be wrong. He may. I just don't see it. I think the ego would get in the way, and he wouldn't plead. All right, y'all. We have got 164 likes with 291 people in here. So, if y'all have not hit the like, please do so. Because it is a free way to help the channel. It helps throw the channel out further into the algorithm. He could do an Alfred plea. Let me look that up, Ava, to see exactly what that is. See, first, they shouldn't offer him anything. The defense would need to ask. Second, he needs to produce a knife and explain everything. Yeah, even if the prosecution went and offered it, I just don't see him taking it. Not likely the victims' families would. No, I don't think they would accept any type of plea. We've heard the Gonzalez family what they want. If it's proven that this is the right person, they want the death penalty. Okay, so an Alfred plea is a formal admission of guilt towards charges in criminal court where the defendant simultaneously expresses their innocence towards those same charges. The defendant pleads guilty but does not have to specifically admit to the guilt itself. The defendant maintains a claim of innocence but agrees to the entry of the conviction in the charged crime. The Alfred plea is treated as a guilty plea for sentencing, yet allowing the individual using it to maintain their innocence. Thank you, Eric. Let's see, as I have said before, I expect to see a conspiracy to commit region charges. Okay. This is going to be a very interesting trial once it gets started. Now, I don't think it's going to start in October either, but Dylan's cross-examination by Ann Taylor will be available to watch on demand for $99.99. I will say this. If they allow this to be live streamed, I will be live streaming it. But if it's another Valo type thing, then I will be playing the audio at night.
So now he's got 3 trial lawyers, right?
Yeah, he's got Ann Taylor, Eliza Masseth, and then that Jay Logston guy. Let's see. Hey, Wonder, how are you? I don't think that he will plea, and I do think he will testify, and both of those things to me that he's not afraid to die. Death row will be a torture to him. He wants to be free or die. That's in my honest opinion. Hey, Jet Set, how are you? I just, it to me, he seems like this person, and once again, I could be wrong because, and this is just my opinion. I just think that he's very egotistical, and to his last breath, he's going to think that he could possibly get away with it. And he's going to exhaust all of his appeals if he gets the death penalty. And by then, it's going to be too late. I mean, there's nothing at that point you can do. He might want to die. Y'all think that maybe or do y'all see what C is saying? He may want to pass away. I mean, do y'all think that that's possible? Let's see. Bryan is already setting it up for a show. He has all the world wondering, and he will keep them wondering. No cameras. He wanted no cameras. That is a trick, too. He is a genius, I swear. Yes, somebody had left a comment, was like, well, he don't want cameras in the courtroom, so that throws out the theory that he's loving the attention. He's still loving the attention, in my opinion, no matter if there's cameras in the courtroom or not. Because if he's sitting here saying, him and his attorneys, that we don't want no cameras, they know that the public is going to go crazy over it and continue to talk about it.
I was looking at something Denise wrote. It says, once we have the digital forensics and blood DNA, it's a wrap for Kohberger. Defense will have some explaining to do. What will they have to explain? Kohberger told him, I'm not guilty, so they got to defend him. That's what a public defender does.
Yeah. See, but he got to where he did in his career through studying defendants in court cases. He wants all of us crazy, Armageddon. I mean, and not to mention the fact that he's getting all this attention from all these women out in the public too. They were cleaning, and they had to come up with a story to tell the cop. If the soul is dead, it's all a game to him. Oh, see, just looking at him, it's the stare. Hey, Crime Solver, how are you? The stare that he has.
Now, not for you females, but for mostly the males. How'd you like being in the cell next door to him or across the hallway from him? Now you would really get to know him a little better.
Oh, I can tell you. I'll answer that even though I'm a female. If I was in a cell next to him or just in the same building as him in jail, I would aggravate the hell out of him. Honestly, if I was next to him, I'd have me a mirror and I'd be sitting it where I can see inside of his cell, just to aggravate him.
Well, he's still innocent until we get through this trial.
Yeah, that is true. He's still innocent.
And even though I'm I'm the one saying he's 99% guilty, and everybody else 75, 60. But I wouldn't harass him like that, but I would be talking to him.
I would. But that's me.
And I could talk to him about baseball or football, and I could start getting feelings about him. Or I could talk to him about famous Americans in the past, and then I would start talking to him about famous SKs. And from that point on, I would know something.
Yeah. I mean, everybody would have their different approach, to approach him or whatever. But I would aggravate him, just because me being a mother, and I'm not saying that I know what Christy Gonzalez and Maddie's mom and Xana's mom and like all these moms or even the parents are feeling, but just as a mother and thinking about what he did to these 4 kids for absolutely no reason, I would have to irritate him.
Yeah.
Just
well, I
just
think
for that.
I think it was over jealousy. I really do, or
That's what
lust,
Mr. Gonzalez said.
or lust.
Hmm.
Lust drove him to jealousy, or lust drove him because he got denied. And some people can't handle that rejection. And I know
Right.
he's had to been rejected plenty of times before. What made this rejection worse than the others? He's just at the point now where he can't handle it. He's getting up in age.
Possibly. He just kind of got tired of the rejections, and maybe he finally snapped. I don't know.
Or
But
maybe he's comparing himself to her boyfriend. I can offer you more than what that idiot, something like that.
right. Okay, so Crime Solver says, question please. I listened to one of the channels today and got convinced for the day that he is being set up. So I asked the people in chat what will happen once it's exposed that he's being set up. Where do we go from there? They said that they believe that he is going to be unalived in prison and that they will say that he unalived himself. Okay, I got to find. Hold on. I gotta find her other because it's a 3-part thing.
Now, who would be setting him up? The state or drug
Uh,
dealers? I mean, who would be
uh,
setting him up?
I don't know. I don't know who they're talking about. But the third part of, excuse me, the third part of the question or the comment was, and this will all come to an end. Again, I shouldn't have drank the Kool-Aid today, but what if that does happen? So in Crime Solver, you're okay. You don't have to apologize for the long question. So let's just say no matter who it was, if it turns out that he was set up, no matter who it was, what would happen? I mean, if it's proven that he was set up, then that would mean that he's innocent, right? But then it would come down to figuring out who the person or persons were that set him up and find out why and all that. I see, like they will shut him up. And I do get what you're saying, Crime Solver, about him being unalived in prison and then them saying that he did it himself. Because I'm pretty sure there's been other cases like that uh, where someone has died in prison. And
Yeah,
they said
Dahmer.
that. Did you hear about Ted? Uh, damn it. Ted
The
Kaczynski?
the
Yeah,
Unabomber passed
he
away.
passed away. Yeah.
And see, all those
Um,
guys, him and BTK and McVeigh, they were all in that same. What do you call it when you're confined to yourself in a cell?
oh, the
Solidarity. Yeah,
solitaire
confined.
confinement. Yeah.
Yeah, see, they were all like that, so nobody's going to get to them hardly.
Right.
And what about the guy? Was it the Delphi, the guy on the bridge? Is he all by himself in a jail?
I don't know because the last thing that I had heard about that he was like in poor conditions or something like that in jail, and I think his attorneys were trying to get him moved to where he would be in better conditions. CBK asked himself before this goes to trial. Do you think the prosecution will release the details to appease the public to what evidence was? Oh, Vapor, that's a good question. I don't know. I mean, if that was to happen to him before it goes to trial, and the prosecution didn't release it, I think the public would have a shit fit. Honestly, people I think would go crazy over that. Let's see. Veterans Memorial at the Moose Lodge, 11, 12 days. Night of no mention. Okay. Let's see. Make everything go away. I mean, I don't know how they would is there a protocol to something like that? That if somebody if they pass away before it goes to trial, and they're the only suspect.
Well, I can tell you one. Yes, Eric Hernandez. He played football at the University of Florida. He was a
Right.
tight end. Went to the New England Patriots. He was arrested for murders, and
He died in prison, didn't he?
yes, but here's the point about it. He had one of his trials. He appealed and won, I believe.
Uh-huh.
The second trial was on appeal, but they were still in trial when he passed away. And his thing, the state of Massachusetts says officially, if you have a case on appeal and you pass away,
Uh-huh.
you're not guilty of the crime.
But did he? I remember when he was going to trial or whatever, and then I remember hearing about him passing away. But did he do it to himself?
Yes, yes.
Oh, it was Aaron Hernandez.
Aaron Hernandez. Yeah, he took
Yeah.
his own life.
Okay, I couldn't remember if he did it himself or if it had happened by someone else. But wasn't he was he found guilty of murdering his girlfriend or wife or something like that?
I think it was somebody. It was somebody that was hanging around with them.
Oh, okay.
And I think it was more than one. And see, there's still a mysterious crime that took place in Florida where someone shot out the window, and the family, and I think it ended up being a red rum. And I have to go back and look at it, refresh my memory. But the family's thinking it was Mr. Hernandez that did it.
Oh, okay.
They had gotten an altercation in the bar, and this guy left, and that car followed him. A car followed him and shot at him while he was. I don't know. I have to go back and watch the whole thing. But trouble was around him ever since he came to the University of Florida.
Mhm.
That's the type of people Urban Meyers recruited. He's a winner, but a sinner. And I respect Urban Meyers, but he knew how to win a football game and what type of players you needed. And Aaron was a tough guy, and he wanted him real bad. And it proved to that's who Tim Tebow used to throw passes to.
Mhm. Okay. Oh shit. I was answering a text message back. Netflix has a document coming out in August called Swamp Kings. Who is it about, Vapor? Let's see. Perhaps it's my public service announcement to all to don't drink the Kool-Aid. Crime Solver, I have been seeing a lot of different. Hey, Protected, how are you? I've been seeing a lot of different channels put out some crazy stuff.
But see, all these sports where guys have head injuries, boxing, pro wrestling, football, hockey, let's just to name a few, they should have to get a brain scan every year, once a year.
Right.
And nobody's looking
Yeah.
out for these guys. Now they're all suing.
Yeah, because I mean they get hit pretty hard, and I've seen LSU. Was it LSU? They have. I want to say it was LSU. They have air conditioners in their helmets now. I've seen that. Where was that at? It must have been on Twitter, and I want to say it was an LSU player that they were testing out their helmets with air conditioners in them now, which is good because they do play in when it's hot weather, but seems like they would.
Oh, any of the football games in the South, because you're in direct sunlight.
Mm-hmm.
We were down at Florida Field, and it was like 112 degrees down on the field
Right.
where they're playing. They're underneath all them hot pads. But I had a friend. He was a professional wrestler, and he took out his wife, his son, and then
Chris
took
Benoit.
himself out. Took himself out.
Yeah,
Chris
Chris Benoit.
Benoit. Yeah,
I remember when that happened.
right there in Atlanta.
Vapor said to tell you that the brain issue that you're talking about can only be detected after death.
Well, I didn't know that. I know in
Bonnie.
Chris Benoit's case, his brain was that of a 70-something-year-old man with dementia.
Yeah, that was. I remember whenever they
And I
came
know
out.
he was younger than me.
I remember whenever they came out after it happened, and they did this whole big tribute. The WWE did for Chris Benoit, his wife, and his son. That was before they knew what happened. That he
Right.
was the one who done it. And then whenever it came out that he's the one that done it, Vince McMahon was like, I don't want to hear his name ever mentioned within the WWE again.
They
And I
erased
don't.
his name from every
Yeah,
title he owned. Yeah, it can never be
and
brought up.
they did. They continued for his wife and for his kid. Uh, but yeah, his. And we watched the WWE for a long time, even after that, and I don't remember ever being his name being mentioned again. Now, um, what is the guy? His wife. He was a wrestler,
Well,
and
Jimmy
his what?
Snuka, he took out his girlfriend. And that was a case that lasted probably 20 to 30 years before they found out. And then about 6 months before he dies, they decided to have the trial because he had cancer.
Oh wow. Who is the guy? He's a Mexican guy. He's a wrestler, and his wife. I think her name is Vicky. She's still part of the WWE.
Guerrera.
What is his first name?
It's either going to be probably Eddie Guerrera.
Eddie. He had the heart attack. And like his, they still talk about him throughout the thing. But Chris Benoit, they didn't want nothing brought up about him. Let's
The
see.
saddest thing I saw was Owen Hart the night, and I was watching it on television the night he
Mhm.
passed away. He fell from the rafters
Oh yeah.
and he hit the turnbuckle or something, and he went in the ring. And everybody thought it was a gimmick at first because the Undertaker is going to come out there and raise him from the dead, but it was real.
Okay, so Vapor said many NFL players have off themselves from CTE, Junior Seau, many more. One linebacker from the Chiefs murdered his family and drove them to the team. Then drove to the team and then off himself. That happened like here recently, didn't it, Vapor? The one you're talking about?
Was that the guy that played for the San Diego Chargers, linebacker?
It seems like I remember hearing something about that. Eddie Guerrero, that he was a really good wrestler. I always liked him.
He was a super nice guy.
6 to 7 years ago. Okay, so maybe that's the one I'm thinking about that I heard about. Hey, Caddy Wampus, how are you? Some brain trauma from TBIs, traumatic brain injuries, do show up on MRIs. All right, y'all. We've got 288 people in here with 178 likes. I know we can do better than that. Was Kohberger dropped on his head as a child? See, I don't know.
My buddy asked me, says, I wonder if he got enough oxygen in the incubator when he was a kid.
I mean, I would think that Ann Taylor would have some type of psyche valve done on him. Um, but I wonder if she does have it, if she has to turn the results in, or could she just keep them to herself? Scarlett, do you know about the serial killer in Oregon? Norman, I haven't really been keeping up with it, but I did hear there's, who was it? Sally Mae, was it you that left me a comment and said there was like 4 more women that had been found up in around the Portland area?
And they're not releasing the cause of death.
I wonder why.
I don't know.
Okay, Crime Solver says if you guys need to bench me from Crime Group today for drinking the Kool-Aid, I understand. It's a strange world on the other side. Glad to be back here. Crime Solver, you're fine. I was dropped on my head and I am fine. Somewhat. Okay, Jeremy, are you from Louisiana? I'm just asking because of your last name. Belcher died December the 1st of 2012 in a murder, killing his girlfriend, 22-year-old Cassandra. Yeah, I don't remember the name. It seems like I remember hearing something about that, about him going to the facility and then unaliving himself. Hey, Susie, how are you? I hope the Kohberger's defense team is way better than Lori Vallow Daybell's defense team. They were horrible. Denise, you're not lying with that one. All I heard, I needed a shirt that said, I object. Because that's basically all you heard out of her defense team. I was supposed to drive Eddie Guerrero the day that he was found deceased. Hey, Brad, how are you? I was going to drive a stretch into the Target Center and it was going to get damaged by either Eddie Guerrero or the Cowboy Wrestler. Oh, wow. My last name is Bridge, though I can't speak it. Okay. It's kind of spelled like the same, like the Boudreaux in Louisiana, but I think a lot of those have the X on the end of their name. Do you have to say whether or not he participates in the site review? If he does, I can see him review that. I don't know, Boomer Girl. I do know that if he is found guilty, then there will have to be a what is it? Was it a pre-sentencing report? And I believe the judge asked at that time if there's like any evaluations that have been done or need to be done that like they need to get them done and get them turned in so they can do the sentencing. That's Lori Vallow. I forgot when she's supposed to be sentenced, but uh, like all of that stuff has to be turned in for her before the judge will even do her sentencing. Who was the caller you had? She was female. Oh, see, that was Don't Dive. Yeah, there she goes. See, Don't Dive 509. I'm curious though if I think BK's defense team is going to surprise people. I'm just curious to hear them in court, just because of all these other defense attorneys that we've heard here recently. Hey, Susie, are you doing okay tonight? The others that we've heard, just you could tell they didn't want to be there. Like they didn't want those clients, or they didn't act like they did anyway.
My whole question is, let's say you get an acquittal or a hung jury.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're going to keep him still locked up? Try this thing again another 9 months?
I don't know.
Or are we just going to say, okay, now there's a $1 million bond?
I don't think they would let him out. I think that would be because if they let him out, he would have to stay in Idaho and stay probably in Latah County. And how do y'all think that would work out? Yeah, it would probably be dangerous for him.
I know in my state, you can't leave the state unless you make a phone call to the sheriff's department or maybe the state attorneys and give them a reasonable excuse why you need to go out of state. It could be my grandmother's funeral and just across the state line, something like that. And they have let some people do that. But I don't know what they would do with him if this becomes a hung jury.
I think they would keep him in jail. Honestly.
Then you're going to see some rumbling. You'll get some big attorneys want to go in there and says they want to steal some of the popularity and file an appeal on it.
Okay, wait. Let me see Gonsalves was indicted with 16 others in June of 2019 as a part of a drug trafficking conspiracy that stretched the drug trade from its base in Brockton to Boston, Lawrence, and out to Cape Cod. Armageddon, that wasn't Steve Gonsalves, though. I think BK team will definitely seem more refined, and I'm worried about the prosecution. Many jurors are influenced by this. Sally Mae, why are you upset, honey? Yeah, I don't see him letting him out though. Right next to you, but there was a Gonsalves, and I forgot what the guy's name was, but it wasn't Steve. Sally Mae, what's wrong with your son? Oh, your son scared you. Okay. Okay, so this community would be in total fear and panic if BK got out without proving his innocence. How does any college girl in the area go to sleep at night? Yeah, that's why I don't think that I just think it would be more of a danger to him, more than anything else, honestly. I see Stalin isn't a confident way to start a trial. Some people think that, I mean, he does have a right to stand silent, obviously, but some people think that he did it as being like, okay, you're not going to make me enter a plea. I have a right to stand silent, so the judge is going to do it. Then it was said that, I can't remember how it was said that Anne put it, but that he stood silent because he wasn't going to agree with the charges or something to that effect. I forgot exactly how it was put. Let's see. I think Bryan Kohberger was investigating all the corrupted cops in Pullman in Moscow and has information on his computer tower. That would be crazy. Well, Norman, if that is true, they already know everything that he has on that computer because they've already got it out of his apartment. Give Bryan 5 minutes to talk. He will all over half of us. He is very articulate. So you do it like Bryan. I won't ever. Oh, because all these charges with a plea. Yeah, crime solver. I mean, it could be taken like that. And Stanley Salad does not surprise me at all with his defense team. All they know how to do is play games. I'm pretty sure there'll be a lot more games that it's played before this is over with, honestly. Y'all, people want to start texting me now when I'm live. Jim is going to have to verify his voice. He's not saying more than he has to right now. I mean, the only thing really that he had to say at the last, at his arraignment was, not the arraignment. Yes, the arraignment. He had to address the judge. He had to answer the judge's questions. But other than that, he didn't have to say anything else. And that's exactly what he did for the remainder of the time. He stayed quiet.
Did we lose Scarlett?
No, I'm still here. I just had to mute for a second.
Okay.
See, I'm 95% sure that the trial won't happen in October. Boomer Girl, I agree. I don't think it's going to happen in October either. I think something's going to come up and it's going to get pushed back. Behind a mask. Yeah, I'm curious to know how he's going to, how Dylan's going to be able to identify him. Let's see. I get upset when creators talk about the families. It's just super, super bad. Yeah. King Scarlet. That's one thing I don't do. I don't put up with anybody talking about the victims or the victims' families, because they have been through enough. They have to deal with their kids getting murdered. They have to deal with people and the stuff that they're saying about them and all that. Oh, okay, I was just checking one thing out real quick. Let's see, also, do you think BK did it? I think he had part in it, but I do think that there is someone else that was involved in it. The defense only wants his trial to start in October to put pressure on the prosecution, knowing she will later want to extend it. Yeah, I just don't. I think it's going to be an excuse, or they're going to come up with an excuse that it needs to be pushed back. Let's see.
I wonder how many experts they're going to bring in on this.
Oh God, that is a good question. I mean, just who, other than law enforcement and possibly the victims' families, and then Dylan and Bethany, and if there was kids there beforehand, just other than those people, I wonder who their witnesses are going to be.
And I wonder how many of them have the same witness, the defense and the prosecution.
I don't know, because on that page that I read night before last, it says that Bryan intends to. Well, that says he intends to call. Hold on, I'm going to have to go back and find it, just so I can say exactly what it says. Where did it go? Let me see if this is it. Nope, this ain't it. So one above it. Okay. So Mr. Kohberger's investigation and preparation for his defense is underway. Trial witnesses will be disclosed as determinations are made. Mr. Kohberger does intend to call individuals named in the state-supplied discovery material. So he already knows some of his people that he's going to call, but I wonder if it's going to end up being like Dylan or Bethany or something like that, that more than likely the prosecution is going to call. Musical said DNA experts for sure. Oh, Amethyst, honey, I'm so sorry. Do you have a heating pad to put on it? I would assume they would have DNA experts. They would have probably like the cell phone experts, the data forensic people. Let's see, who else would they have? What other kind of experts would they have? No, let's see, I don't have one big enough for my whole leg. Now, Amethyst, you know that they have like the body ones, right? Medical experts. Okay. Dylan's Instagram is private. Has anyone been able to? I honestly see. I haven't even looked at it. Sure hope that the gray-headed psych expert that testified in Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard is not on the list. I didn't even watch that case or that trial, but like maybe one day. It was just one that I really couldn't get into. Eric, do you think? I mean, are they putting out? Eric says that they're going to call Kim and Dave for witnesses. Do you think that they would call them just to question them about what they have put out? See, the full body heating pad probably costs a lot. Yeah, Amethyst, it probably does. Let's see, Kim and Dave would be arrested already if they were being called. Susie, why would they be arrested, though? Kim and Dave, just if they were going to be witnesses. Because they could just get subpoenaed to court without being arrested. It's Dave even real. Summer Dave is not his real name. And he has been using a voice changer. Now, whether he knows what he is actually talking about, I don't know. I don't know if what he's been putting out is real or not. Oh, Susie, for breaching the gag order? Well, Dave was never put under the gag order. So, they haven't breached it. But just the stuff that they put out, though. I wonder if it's a chance that they could get called in as witnesses. Hey, Daylight, how are you? See, I wonder if when people are called as a witness, they will use the YouTube jargon like, hoodie guy, please come to the stand. No, Crime Solver, they will call them by their name. And the only reason why I'm still calling him hoodie guy is just because I don't know for 100% fact that is Jack Showalter. Police have never came out and said that that's who it was. So I just stick with hoodie guy.
I often wonder what the cost of a trial is. And even things we don't see, like let's say they go ahead and have this trial there in Moscow, and they're going to bring TV cameras. How much extra police force are they going to need from? That place is going to get flooded.
Oh yeah. I mean, look at Alec Murdaugh's. They had food vendors up there because there were so many people there. So I'm sure that Kohberger's trial is going to be like that as well. Let's see, they do not need Dave and Kim. The prosecution will address all the Snapchats and the people being at the house before the defense gets their chance. I want to say that I don't remember exactly where I heard that at, but that Lori Vallows costs like $6 million. It was like a few days ago because January the 9th marked the 3 years since they found JJ and Tally. And there was something.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying that somebody had put. I can't remember if it was an article. Oh shit! I dropped a fork. I can't remember if it's an article that was put out or if it was something that somebody had maybe screenshot and put on Twitter, but it said that her trial was like $6 million. That's crazy.
And people ask why the prosecution will plea bargain. That's to save the $6 million. That's one of
Right.
the reasons. The other reason is now we don't have to risk an appeal, and we don't have to risk a mistrial.
Well, hopefully they don't offer Bryan anything, because I mean, we're not talking about just one victim. We're talking about 4. And just, I mean, the brutality of it should be like, no, I'm not, you know, the prosecutor be like, I'm not even gonna uh, dance around the idea in my head of doing a plea deal.
Just look at all the families that messed up.
Mm-hmm.
And it's more than just those 4 families.
Oh, it's his family too. You
Yeah.
know, it's
Friends,
right.
boyfriends.
Mm-hmm. Why was Hoodie Guy even there with them in the first place? Rainer, from what I understand, he was at the corner club. And it was rumored that whenever they were going to leave the corner club and walk down to the food truck, he was going to walk with them to make sure that he was okay, that they were okay. Um, and then once they got their ride from the food truck, he went back uh, a different way from the way that the girls went. He basically their car went one way and he went another way down the sidewalk. And I like us, a while back, before the murders happened, before the arrest happened, and even when before we got to see the second video of the 3 of them walking down the street, I thought that he was a little suspect, just based off of what we've seen at the food truck, because of him standing off away from them, watching them. They really wasn't talking to him. They didn't say bye to him. It's almost like they ditched him and jumped in the car and left. But then seeing that other video and them laughing and joking and walking down the street, and the girls don't act like they're worried about him or scared of him or anything like that, or even trying to get away from him, that kind of changed my mind on him being involved in it. The forensics team better have a mountain of evidence. Curious to know what their evidence is. Let's see, may or may not be relevant, but is it a common way of concealing a weapon to wear a hoodie and have the knife clutched under the hoodie outfit? Musical, I mean, you can have a hoodie on and have, like, in the front hoodie pocket, you could probably hide a knife. I mean, there's a greater chance that it's going to fall out, though, out of the front pocket of a hoodie. Put a mask on Emma Bailey and BK. See any difference? Which one matches Dylan's description? Philip, how are you? And I agree, Philip. I've done a side by side of BK and Emma, and they both, their eyes are like so similar that it's crazy how much they look alike in just their eyes. The men cases, we get more cases. People majority love have been brainwashed to love drama as something to look forward to. There is a need for answers as to why people love these stories. Armageddon, I will agree with you. People love drama. And that's why a lot of these YouTube channels will start drama with other channels or with just other people in general, because they know that it will draw clicks and views.
Well, most of the major news services back in the old days were in the red. The Walter Cronkites, the NBC Evening News, ABC News, World News, I think is what they called it, until 60 Minutes came out. And they have one of the highest ratings. They were always in the top 5 when they first came out. And that's where CNN and Fox and all that later comes in.
I want to say 60 Minutes is the one that had the pocket watch or whatever on it.
Yeah, it was ticking.
Okay.
I'm so and so, and
Okay,
they have that
I
to
remember
report.
it.
And I think they did a point and counterpoint, and Saturday Night Live would always mock them.
I remember whenever I was younger, my grandparents would watch 60 Minutes.
Well, it was shows like that, The Waltons,
Mm-hmm.
Gunsmoke, and what was another big one back then? All in the Family.
I don't remember that
those
one.
were always taking. That's with Archie Bunker. They were taking place.
Oh, okay.
They were taking turns who was going to be number one that week, but you always saw 60 Minutes in there.
Right. Hoodie guy went to school in Boise with 2 of the girls at U of I, but some didn't like him being from down there in the capital city. I can't remember if he went to school there or not. I've got to get my old computer, the laptop. I've got to get it and get all of my stuff off of it. Because that is where everything for this case is sitting at right now. Except for what I have saved on this computer since I've got it. Teresa, yes, ma'am, I'm doing good, thank you. Little House on the Prairie, that was always a good one. See, I'm still baffled on how so many people know about the murders 3 hours prior to the police. It's why I still question whether it's true or not. Jeremy, I have not seen a court document that has came out and said that there was people there that early in the morning. The only thing that I have seen that has anything to do with the kids at all being there before the 911 call was made was that Chief Rod said that the survivors had summoned some kids over there. But they never did say what time it was. So I don't know if I'm going to believe it until it gets brought out in evidence that there was kids there that early in the morning because they found out on Snapchat or Dylan or Bethany had called them over there that early in the morning. So I was going to ask you if you had a new mic. Is your voice? No, Susie, I've had the mic that I have right now. I've had for a while, but I got a new computer right around Mother's Day. And so I think it changed my sound a little bit. All right. Daylight said Sanford and Son. That was another good one. Beverly Hillbillies.
Oh yeah, now you're going back to the early 60s.
That was way before my time, but they were good shows.
Gomer Pyle.
I've never watched that, but I have heard of it. My grandmother used to watch MASH every Saturday night.
I saw a trivia the other day. It says, when was the first time a husband and wife were shown in the same bed on TV? And it's talking about series. Because if you ever watch I Love Lucy, they're in separate beds.
Right.
And the answer was the Brady Bunch.
Oh, wow.
It shows them in the same bed.
Ma and Pa Kettle.
Oh, I love Ma and Pa Kettle.
Yeah, I've never heard of that one.
Anybody remember Joey Brown?
I've never heard of that one either. Not calling 911 for 8 hours and calling other people over before Ellie is a reality and really started this, in my opinion. The 8 hour time gap is what's got me.
See, I'm surprised news people haven't been on campus or talked to kids and said, "Do you know of anyone who received a text message saying that 4 people or 2 people were deceased in that building before 11:58?" And I've only seen a couple of people come forward on these YouTube channels,
Mm-hmm.
and I think one of them's got his face blocked out and a voice makeover, so they don't know who he is.
Right.
So what's the sin in saying, "Yeah, I got one"?
I don't know. This whole case just drives people crazy, though. Honestly. Green Acres. Oh, Joey, and dear Lord, she's gonna have me that song in my head. Green Acres is the place to be. Oh my God.
That was Eva Gabor, wasn't it?
I don't know, but that song.
There was Eva Gabor and Zsa Zsa Gabor.
I think Joshua died, didn't she? Did she pass away?
They probably both passed away.
Gilligan's Island. I remember Three's Company. That was like my dad's favorite show. I can still sing the song.
Dukes of Hazzard.
Yep, that was like my favorite show when I was growing up. All in the Family. Ozzie and Harriet.
Yep, Ozzie and Harriet. That was a black and white. Late 50s, early 60s. Hazel.
Raynard, I think possibly yes. That's why Bryan didn't see her. It's because when she saw him walking towards her, she just had her door just cracked open. And she probably didn't have a light on. And if she didn't have a light on, then he would have never possibly paid attention to her door even slightly being open and her standing there in it. Mama's Family, y'all, was the best.
Scarlett, did you ever get to watch the Ed Sullivan Show? Or was that before your time also?
If it was before 1980, then yeah, it was before my time.
Never mind, it's for your time.
But I mean, a lot of the shows that come out before I was born, I've still watched. I might have watched the Ed Sullivan Show.
Red Skelton had a great show also when he was back in his prime. He was always dressed up as a clown or a bum, something like that in his shows. Told the funniest jokes.
Well, see, I would always spend the weekend, every Friday, Saturday night, I stay with my grandparents, and we would go, because my grandfather was a pastor, and we'd go to church Sunday. And every Saturday night, it was always Hee Haw, family, Mama's Family. Oh, there was another one, and then MASH. That was like every Saturday night.
Hee Haw was another one that made it big.
Oh, yeah. And then there was something that would come up, was like, I want to say 60 Minutes, but it's not 60 Minutes, but it come on Sunday mornings. It had the sun. You probably know what I'm talking about. The big yellow sun. What the hell was it? But I remember my grandfather would always wake up early and he would watch it before he would get ready to go to church.
Was it something like On the Road and this guy would take you to different new towns?
No, that's not it. Oh, what is it?
Sunday mornings, I was looking for whatever cartoons you could find. Like back then, it was Bullwinkle would be on Sunday mornings.
I don't know. I always watch cartoons on Saturday mornings. The Lawrence Welk Show. I've never heard of that one either.
Lawrence Welk, yep. That came on in the afternoons. That's more like big band sound.
Is that what it's called once you're Sunday mornings? It's got the big, huge sun on it. I remember my grandfather would wake up every morning. He would watch that, and then he would go get ready for church.
And you remember the ABC school? Like,
The after
I'm just
the
a
after
bill on
school
Capitol
thing.
Hill, or Conjunction Junction. What's your function?
Yes, that
Yeah.
was like was it the after school program thing that would come on? It's actually called Sunday mornings. That's it. Thank you, Windsor. I only watch cartoons in the morning. I only watch Bugs Bunny. I watched Garfield. What else did I watch? Winnie the Pooh. That was like my three that I watched, no matter what. I may watch some other ones, but those three I had to watch every Saturday morning.
When I was a little boy, we watched The Little Rascals or Our Gang. We watched that. That's with Alfalfa and Spanky and
Oh yeah.
Froggy and all those. And then there was Popeye. And then Bugs Bunny was like the number one show back then.
Oh yeah. Bugs Bunny was always like the greatest.
Well, he had a whole host with him, the
Yep.
Roadrunner and Cody, and was it Elmer Fudd?
Uh huh.
And then later, I really got into Johnny Quest. That was a good one.
I don't remember that one.
It took me a while to get used to the Jetsons.
I did watch those. Those always came on after school, like the 3 o'clock cartoons or whatever in the afternoon.
Yeah. So when I was little, there was nothing in the afternoons. Then later, it was Fred Flintstone, and early in the morning they would have like Tom and Jerry, which I love that. And it's amazing. In that case, we pull for the mouse, not the cat.
Right.
But in your house, you're gonna pull for the cat, not the rat.
Oh, for sure. And then there was the movie that came out, like, was it like a year or so ago, the Tom and Jerry movie, which was actually good. So question, where do you think we would be if Dylan and Bethany really did sleep through this? I don't know.
Well, they still be going back looking at that blood on the knife sheath. They would match that up and then try to see if any of these ancestries have a match to that blood. And then when they found out what was his father,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, it was the father of him.
now we can go get a warrant to go to Pennsylvania and get more.
But I mean, if it turned out that Dylan and Bethany really did sleep through this, we wouldn't have. I mean, there would be an 8-hour time gap from when the murders happened to the phone call. But would Dylan have really seen the person at that time then? Would there be forensic data from both of their phones to determine when the murders happened?
Yeah, if they'd have slept through the entire thing, we'd have never known the knock upstairs, a person crying out,
Yeah.
"I'm
Unless
here to
they
help you."
just. No, we wouldn't have known all that. Now, possibly the only thing we would have known is what they're saying that they got on that video footage from next door. Let's see, I'm not saying it's possible. I'm asking if they did. I think that's where I mean, we would all still believe that they slept through the whole thing and didn't hear anything, and there would more than likely not be any kids that was finding out about it or talking about it through Snapchat or at the house earlier, if that is true. What time is it? Lord, it's 3 o'clock. See, Dylan, is it true that Dylan yelled at them to shut up as they were being? See, I don't know if that's true or not because I haven't heard police come out and say it. And not saying that the police won't lie about stuff, but that's only been said by the public. But the first thing I heard was that Bethany had yelled from downstairs to the upstairs, telling them to be quiet.
Now, when Mr. Gonsalves, did he hire someone to do an autopsy, a private one?
I don't know if he did or not. Somebody had said that they had heard that he had got a second one done. Let's see. What if they find Buddy the dog mounted over the fireplace? I think Buddy I think he was buried on the owner's property. Let's see. I thought there was rumors that KG's mom told someone that Dylan texted or called their roommates at 5:25 a.m. Apparently, King Scarlet, and I may have to go back and re-listen to what was said about an interview that Kaylee's mom did just like a few days ago. Actually, King Scarlet, the one that me and you were talking about, I believe that person said that Mrs. Gonzalez said that there was no phone call or text from Dylan that morning to Kaylee's phone. But I'll have to go back and listen to what that person that did the interview with her had said. Let's see, you are up very early. Armageddon, I started at 10:45 Central, and it is now 3:08 in the morning. What I'm getting at is, without Dylan's account, and if they would have slept until 11 or so, how would we be acting if they hadn't arrested? Oh, if they hadn't arrested anyone yet? I think a lot of people would be pissed because it's what tomorrow will be 7 months since this happened. Tuesday would be 7 months and still no arrest. I think a lot of people would be very upset. Yeah, June 13th will be 7 months. God, it don't seem like it's been that long either. Let's see. I'm just catching up in chat real quick before I have to end it tonight. Dallas, my favorite. Oh, Joanne, I remember whenever I was little, it was always Dallas, Knox Landing, um, Dynasty, and there was like another one. I think it was
Wasn't
like
there
four.
Falcon's Crest or Falcon's Nest?
Falcon Crest, I believe, was the other one. And it was like the nighttime soap operas.
Remember Star Trek?
Yeah. I never watched it though.
And then before Star Trek, there was this one called Lost in Space.
Seems like I remember that one too.
It featured a robot, and it was like the first time they ever had a robot, and he was like their buddies. But it had a pessimistic, mean Dr. Smith that was on board with them, and he always sabotaged everything. Their little spaceship would go from planet to planet, new obstacles, new challenges.
Yeah, I probably didn't watch that one. I didn't even watch Star Trek, honestly. So it could be 7 more months till the trial if they push it back. Yeah, I don't doubt that is true.
And see, back in the 60s, they had better prizes inside of cereal boxes and inside of Cracker Jacks.
You know what? As much cereal as we buy for our house, come to think of it now, there ain't no prizes in none of them boxes anymore.
I remember you used to get a spoon, with Tony the Tiger on it,
Uh-huh.
and then if you want to get the bowl, you had to send off for it in Battle Creek, Michigan, and it took 6 to 8 weeks for delivery.
Hmm.
And being a little boy, that's forever. That is forever.
Right.
6 to 8 weeks. I go check that mailbox every day.
Yeah, and we buy like the good kind of cereal, like the Fruity Pebbles and the Fruit Loops with the marshmallows and all that in it, and there ain't no prizes in none of them no more. Now sometimes they'll have like Xbox stuff on them and all that you can get a code off of it, but
I used to
other
like
than that,
Fruit Loops
yeah, Fruit Loops
and,
with the marshmallows are really good.
and Raisin Bran and
Yep.
Captain Crunch. That was a big one. That one had a lot of prizes in it.
But tear the roof of your mouth up though.
Yeah, they were tough. You had to soak them in that milk for a little bit.
I remember going to Toys R Us was like heaven had come down from the sky when we were kids. Only time I ever got to go to Toys R Us when I was little is when we would go to visit my grandparents that lived in the city. Because where I live, we ain't got no Toys R Us or nothing like that. We were doing good having a regular Walmart before the super center come to town.
Remember, they used to have this store called TGY.
I don't remember that one.
It was like a dime store. You can go in there and buy everything for under $1.
Oh, okay.
It was the
Yeah.
dollar stores before the dollar stores came out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know that there was a store like that.
I think there's one called Woolworth.
I don't know. Those were my days.
But who would ever think a Weather Channel could survive 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? I bet they
And,
got laughed at when they first started.
and still going strong.
The number one of the top channels, yeah.
Right.
I mean, everybody laughed at Ted Turner when he came out with CNN.
Yeah. Okay, so here's a promotional gimmick. So what if these cereal makers had a throwback week once a year where they do the old school toys and gimmicks with special boxes? That would be awesome. Honestly.
Oh, yeah, really, it would. I mean, we throw back athletes' uniforms, the Pittsburgh Steelers' old uniforms, Oakland Raiders, and the type of clothes they were in, the hats, and
Mhm.
the way they were made. They do throwbacks.
Okay, so Brad says up here, if DM's statement isn't corroborated in some way, then it may be considered hearsay and inadmissible. I can't see how it won't be challenged in pretrial. I think Ian Taylor's going to have a field day with Dylan. I'm gonna be honest, and I hope she doesn't get her on the stand and just like do her bad and all that. But I think she's going to have a field day with her. See in 15 minutes south of Bruce.
She's going to have a field day with her when she gives her final. What do they call that? The final thing to the jury.
Oh, the closing arguments.
Yeah, she's going to have a fine day. I can hear it now. She just goes back in her room and goes humdy dum dum.
She probably will.
Like nothing happened.
Right. And that's why I think that they put the one footprint in the PCA, but I still think that I know that they didn't need it any more than that one footprint, but it just seems like it would have made it better if they would have put that they found more than one leading to the back door, and it would have corroborated her story more that she did in fact see someone not just walking past her door of her bedroom, but for sure going towards the back door, and they think that that's when he left.
Yeah, see, BK could easily say, yeah, I was driving to Moscow to go get me some weed. I picked up this hitchhiker. He said he was from Portland. So I got him in my car and asked him, "Where you headed, bud?" He said, "Moscow." So I go in there and I said, "Well, me too. I'll give you a ride." And he's going through my stuff. And the next thing I know, I'm missing my knife.
Yeah.
Rut-row.
But can he
And
prove that though?
well,
He would
he
have to.
he would only have to say this is, and I kept riding around looking for the guy. I knew I dropped him off right here. I kept riding. I said, "Well, maybe he went over there." I couldn't find him, so I came back the next morning, still couldn't see him. Get it, Portland?
Yeah.
If he
Still
throws that
in-
in, he can throw that. I mean, they're smarter than I am. These lawyers, they're going to throw whatever. When he has to give this alibi, they're going to come up with a whopper.
Yeah, it's crazy that he needs time for an alibi. That's what's crazy. What about a set of Bryan Kohberger action figures in store this Christmas? Too soon.
Well, wait a minute. The defense gets to do the same thing the prosecution did on this PC, this probable affidavit. Just barely give you enough details. And that's what the defense is going to do on this alibi. We're just going to give you barely enough details about it. We're not going to lay our whole hand out on it.
Right.
We're not going to go in detail, just like y'all didn't tell us everything on the probable cause.
Julie said that Murphy needs a lawyer too. Poor little Murphy. That poor little
Yeah.
dog, y'all. To be a sweet little dog, he has been through hell the last few months. Like it wasn't just the family's lives turned upside down on November the 13th, because that little dog's life was too. You know, they grieve just like people do. See, if they found the victim's DNA in his car, it doesn't matter what Dylan says. No, if they've, I mean, he would have, like, how are you going to explain DNA, one of these victims' DNA in your car? Like, how are you going to explain that?
Now there's where the thing won't come in handy with with the one I gave. That's the one he can't explain, is how their DNA got in his vehicle. But we don't know that yet.
Yeah, it's going to be.
That'll be the nail in the coffin.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be very interesting to see and hear what they have to say, honestly. See, the guy with no friends has an alibi. Susie, they haven't just came out and said that he has an alibi, but the prosecution is demanding that he produces an alibi if he's going to use an alibi as a defense. Hey, K-Mash, how are you?
But if they did find DNA in his vehicle that belongs to one of those 4 victims,
I think his goose is cooked.
well, exactly, and that's when those 3 attorneys are to look at him and say, "You're going to have to plead."
Yeah.
But why would he plead if I'm getting the death penalty? I'm going to make you play your hand out on this. Then what have I got to lose? And see, that's why there's plea bargains.
Right. Let's see. Okay, so Exhibit A. Why did people say Amanda Kohberger lived there? Was there around there prior to the murders? Was it? What is that about? Anyone? Where does that info come from? Actually, so Armageddon. I don't think that Amanda Kohberger lived in Moscow. I've seen no proof of that. There is a video of Ann Taylor at the house. There is a lady at the house with Ann Taylor that looks like Bryan's sister filming. I just don't believe that that's his sister. I don't think that the prosecution would go for Ann having the sister of the accused at the murder scene. I just don't see that happening. And I don't think that was her. But there's so many rumors in this whole thing that nobody knows what's true and what's not. Instead of people just sticking to the facts. So Brian's phone went on a scenic tour at 4 a.m. while Brian was in bed at home. Jay, that's what they're saying. Have served a notice for more time in the alibi, implying that they may be producing one, but I think it's posturing. Yeah, the judge should be coming back with an answer on that too, about them needing extended time because they have all of those 51 terabytes of stuff to go through. Freydner says, I bleach my car all the time. Summer, that's all it is. You hear something from one channel, and by the time it reaches 4 channels away, the story is then changed 10 times. Let's see. I don't see a trial until next year, probably February or March. Yeah, I don't either. Amethyst. I just think that October is too soon. I think something's gonna come up, and they're gonna want to push it back. I still think Buddy the dog will factor in. I don't know. They keep saying that Buddy's incident don't have anything to do with it, but I don't know. It's a shame that they never found out who did that to that poor little dog there. I'm glad I booked my hotel as soon as October was announced. One year, did you really book a hotel room out there? Prices have almost tripled already. I doubt the trial is going to happen in October, but until we get another date, that's what I'm going with. Oh, wow.
I was looking at military, what they call a hop,
Uh huh.
and I'm retired from the military. So I was trying to figure out where I could catch flights to get out there. And then once I get there, where am I going to stay?
Yeah, because I more than likely the hotel rooms just for October are probably going to be booked up quick.
And I'm going to take you with me, Scarlett, and you're going to sell hot dogs, and I'll pay you $10 an hour. I guarantee you can sell hot dogs outside there and make plenty of money.
No, if I win, I'd be all up in the courtroom with my little notebook and my pack of pens because I know everything that I would need to write down. It would take probably a pack or two.
Well,
And I'd be writing down as much as I could.
small as that courtroom is, it's going to be limited, especially if cameras are brought in. There's going to be limited space, and it's going to be family. We've seen that even here. We got a brand new courthouse. I mean, this thing's big as a Roman Colosseum, and they limit it. You almost have to show them this invitation to it.
Wow. I don't know. And somebody said a change of venue. I think it's going to get changed also. I don't think it's going to happen in October, and I don't think it's going to happen in Latah County. You know, whether it gets moved to Coeur d'Alene or it gets moved to Boise, I don't know, but I don't think it's going to happen in Latah County. Let's see. They may now if it gets moved to Boise, they do have. I believe it was other courtrooms there that they could do as overflow rooms. I want to say there was 2 there during Vallow's trial that they had. And I think that they're probably going to need overflow rooms, honestly, with as big as this case is. Where did the Joker's trial happen? It was in Boise, Idaho, in Ada County. And I believe Chad's is going to be in Boise too. I know that he's going to have the same judge, but I want to say that they have moved his there too. Yeah, I think I'm about to get out of here for the night. Can you change? There's no question. Plea deal. That is what I think. So Armageddon, you think that they're going to offer a plea deal, or he's going to ask for one? Sally Mae, Chad's trial starts April the 1st of 2024, and is supposed to be in Boise, Idaho as well. I don't know what's going on up there in Idaho, but just with Lori and Chad and now Bryan's, that's 3 major cases that they've had up there.
I can remember when they had that Ruby Ridge.
Was that in Idaho too?
I think so.
Okay, I remember watching something about it whenever I was watching the Waco stuff. So Armageddon thinks that there's going to be a plea deal. Okay. It's 1:30 in California. It's late for most of you. Yeah, Jay, it's 3:27 here in the morning.
It's 4:27 here. So if you break off the air, I get to go outside and see how many people are going to be out walking. New hobby.
Probably a lot. Getting close to daylight.
Well, it's cooler and it's less humid than it is
Right.
after
During the
8 or
day.
9. Yeah, once 9 o'clock gets here, it's over.
Yep. Once the sun hits above the trees, it's hot from then on till it sets behind the trees. Just Don, you have a wonderful night. Summer, you're very welcome. I hope you have a wonderful night as well. Yeah, I got to get out of here. I'm starting to get sleepy.
Has Summer left us?
She says thank you.
She and I always kid each other about flying out there to Idaho.
Yeah, she said thanks to Lost Souls in the Mud that she appreciates us all. Philip, you have a wonderful night, and thank you for joining us. See you later. You're very welcome. You have a good night. All right, so real quick before I end it, One Juror Matter says, so to those who think plea deal, what kind of plea deal are you thinking? Vapor, have a good night. King Scarlet, have a good night. Honestly, One Juror, I don't think they're going to do a plea deal, but if one did pop up, I think it would be only to take the death penalty off, but he would have to admit to everything. Like, he would have to get up on the stand. He would have to tell everything from the very beginning of when he first started stalking these girls. Tonka, have a good night. To the very end of why he did it, why he chose them, why this house, and where the murder weapon is. U.S. Justice Department has developed 4 types of plea agreements that can be negotiated. Charge agreements, recommendation agreements, specific sentence agreements, and fact stipulation agreements. Okay. Well, hopefully there's no agreement at all. Also, can't profit at all in jail. Yeah, he can go in there and write a book all he wants. He just can't profit off of it, off of anything that has to do with this case. So Brett says, if the case is so strong, do you think that they honestly need it to be so secretive, up to including a grand jury right after the 3rd request for the discovery and subpoena of BF? Because I have serious doubts. As far as the grand jury, they're always secretive. So I didn't really think that was a big deal, but I have wondered if the grand jury thing popped up just so Bethany wouldn't have to go talk to Ann Taylor. But that's just another opinion I have, and I could be completely wrong.
Now, around here where I'm at, I've never heard, well, let me put it this way. When they offer a plea deal, it's like, well, you can get 25 years or you can get life.
Mm-hmm.
You can get life or you can get the death penalty. I mean, prison for life or the death penalty. But I never heard where the defendant had to go spill out every activity he did in exchange.
I mean, that to me, if they're going to offer one, that should be a fair deal, though. He should have to sit there and admit to everything that he did and produce that weapon. And that would be just to take the death penalty off the table. For those of you that are leaving, if y'all haven't done so, could y'all please hit the thumbs up on your way out? BTK had to explain. Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. If they're going to take the death penalty off the table for something that they have been accused for in a case like this, the least that they could do as far as their end of the plea agreement is to tell everything and produce the murder weapon. Luckily, it's not in Canada. They may offer him 10 years out and 7. Oh, well. The agreements will be based on evidence, fact stipulation agreements. Okay. Thank you, Susie. So I'm about to get out of here, y'all, so I can go to bed.
Well, good night, and thank you so much for having me on the
Oh,
panel.
you're welcome. Thank you for
I've
coming
always
up.
enjoyed this channel and always enjoyed the participants. We have very smart people in this group.
Oh, for sure. We always enjoy you coming up and joining us up here.
And with that, I'm going to go ahead and sign out. God bless everybody and look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Okay. Well, have a good night. Sally Mae, you have a good night as well. And I just want to say thank you to everybody who gifted memberships and to all the ones who joined membership tonight. You guys are awesome. Don't dive. Have a wonderful night. Elizabeth, you have a wonderful night as well. Scott and Daylight, y'all have a good night. Marie, you are very welcome. And thank you. Sweet Melissa, God bless you as well. And Amethyst, I don't know if you're still in here or not, but if you are, we're going to keep you in our prayers and hope that you get to feeling better and your pain eases up. Brad, you're very welcome and thank you for joining us. Armageddon, have a good night and thanks for joining us. Good night for real this time. Summer, you stay safe as well. Thank you, Amethyst, and I hope you do as well. All right, so I'm out of here. Like I said, if y'all haven't hit the thumbs up on your way out, please do so. I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night. If anybody is going to be in the path of the storms that are coming tomorrow, please be safe. And I will talk to y'all tomorrow.